hard to stay. Never sick because I got something to say. And I'm so sick of all your problems lately. You need your drama so you keep me around. If things ain't getting any better, let it down soon. I'm sick of time of being pushed around. So I keep waiting for the storm to save me. When everybody wants to shut me down. And I ain't hearing one word you gotta say to me. Right now I'm trying to figure you out. You bring me down. Every time I turn around and I ask you why. Why? Why you try changing who I am? Now why can't I make you understand? Now understand that you're always about to come to an end. No one ever gave a fuck until right now. And they're all like, I'm giving it up. Fuck till I'm giving everything I ever had to give. But right now I'm just not giving a fuck. So what? So I keep waiting for the storm to say what? But you can bet I'm getting sick of your lies. Right now, all what you gotta say to me, why should I even try? You bring me down. Every time I turn around and I ask you why. Why? You keep dragging me down. Slam my face into the ground. I ask you why. Why you keep beating me? I can't take this anymore. I gotta ask you why. Why do you drag me down? Every time I turn around and I ask you why. Why do you hate me? Yeah, wasn't always gonna be like that. You know it's always your way, but you just see past that, yeah. The one day you're gonna understand that you've been running your looking for too long and no one cares. No one was even that you keep on your side, and they don't know you like I do, and all the secrets that you try to hide. Chasing where I always look at you. You stop the night with my back, just the turn, and now I'm through with you. You bring me down. Every time I turn around and I ask you why. You keep dragging me down. Slam my face into the ground. I ask you why. Why you keep beating me? I can't take this anymore. I gotta ask you why. Why do you drag me down? Every time I turn around and I ask you why. Why do you hate me?
What's crack-a-lacking out here, ladies and gentlemen? What's happening, Lynette? Tony? Leslie? What's up? What's up? Bunch of you lurkers in the bushes. Hope you're not in the poison ivy or the poison oak. It'll make your ass itch a little bit if you get in that shit too much, you know. No, there's a lot of shit I'd love to talk about. I don't ever have enough time in the day to bring this stuff up, but you know, if I didn't have two jobs, I could probably find a little time to squeeze in my produce and content produce blah, 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 producing some content. But anywho, you know, guys fall off real quick, man. There's four of you just come on here and you like, what's he doing? What's he talking about? You know, he called us lurkers. Get off of here. Just go away. Fuck him. Don't call me a lurker. Lurkers. But no, I just get a little frustrated with the world and the stupidity of these people who think that they have all the answers. And if you bring up something that they don't understand and their mind's not capable of, you know, discerning, they want to call you delusional and tell you you're nuts. Say, get the fuck out of here. Right, Christopher? This is one of these clowns out here that do this shit all the time. but it's not a shock. Kind of used to it, you know. You try to go and share information with somebody, and they want to run their fucking mouths like they're, got all the answers. I know I don't got all the answers, but I'll tell you one thing. Listen to somebody fucking cry like a bitch about the things that you share with them. It's just they don't want to know. And this guy right here, this fucking clown right here, let me show you. This fucking arrogant fucking prick. There's a lot of these arrogant fucking pricks on the tube, on the boob tube. And this guy right here is one of them. This is one of the most fucking arrogant pricks you'll ever fucking encounter on the internet. Right, Christopher Butt Rough?
No.
I'm
There's
right.
Don't
tell me no.
Theories about what happened that
he's all over here pushing the mainstream media narrative. He's Charlie Kirked it up. He's got Charlie Kirk crack pipe fucking blazed up, and he's just smoking the fuck out of that shit. Thinks he knows about Charlie Kirk, and oh yeah, the government's telling us this guy's a mainstream media agenda pushing fucktard. He isn't intelligent enough, even though he'll tell you that he's the smartest thing out there in the internet community, because he's a paralegal and he does legal works for lawyers. Yeah, okay. But whatever. I laugh at this fucking guy. I go over there and try to be fucking a decent guy to him, and he's just a fucking arrogant prick, man. He likes to mock the fucking reality of state national status, and, he's another one of these paid government pogo community policing gang stalkers who has like a headquarters, a gang stalker who has a channel where he gets, it's kind of like a reverse gang stalking. It's kind of hard to explain. I'm not even going to bother with it, but the fact of the matter is that this guy thinks that Charlie Kirk is, my telling him that there was 3 different Charlie Kirks. He'll say, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot. This fat apple media guy over here." Go fuck yourself, Christopher Ruff. You fucking bitch ass fucking simp trick bitch, as they say on the internet. Keep hiding in your fucking little off-grid palace over there, thinking that you're fucking somebody. Your silver fucking faggot plaque up here behind you, where your numbers are so inflated. You're basically a little bitch for YouTube, and they send you a plaque to make you think that you actually got 100,000 subscribers. It's fucking hilarious. He's got the same 150 fucking people that watch his shit. It's a ridiculous fucking shit that you. Let me see, what is he still live? Let's see. All right, he's got 131 guys watching.
Both makes
this
sense.
guy. He's got 27,500 subscribers, and he can never get over 200 fucking viewers. Just like I said yesterday, I could show you how guys like him have, or these channels, if he's on first, another channel come on, he'll lose a few subscribers. They'll go over to watch that channel. And what he is he's a plant. Whether he knows it or he doesn't know it, that's not really relevant. But I can see through this guy, and he knows that I can see through him, and he's aggressive towards me because he can't bullshit me like he's bullshitting the rest of the fucking people, or makes it look like I don't even fucking know, and I don't care. But there's plenty of information out there. But when you have a narrow mind, you believe what you believe, and nobody could share something with you and you say, "Hey, you know what? That's a possibility." Yeah, I don't believe it, but it's a possibility. Yeah, you don't even want to hear about them. You go over there and troll them, tell them that Bad Apple Media said you're a bitch, and then leave. You do that, that'd be fun. But Charlie Kirk, that situation with Charlie Kirk, everybody's all up Charlie Kirk. Well, most people like this clown right here, who I believe are put into their positions to dissuade anybody from having their own views, because he'll insist that his views are correct, accurate, and nobody else has a clue. He's over here talking about 9/11. I literally watched 9/11 happen. The second plane get hit, or the second building get hit by a plane. And when this happened that day, and I watched the buildings crumble to the ground, with my ability to see through people's bullshit and the lies, I said, there's no fucking way that both of those buildings fell the way that they did, straight down, as if it was a controlled demolition. The top of that building would have fell over and half of it would have been standing. There's no way that both of those fucking buildings came down the way they did, one right after the other. And then not to even mention or bring up the fact that building number 7, that allegedly had a few sporadic fires throughout several different floors, but it was I believe a 97, or not 97, but I forget the number, but it was, let me see real quick. I think it was 57 floors. Let me see. I'll do a quick Google search. How many floors was building number 7? Oh, shit, hold on. How many floors was building number 7 when it collapsed? Come on, Google. 47. All right, yeah, I said 57. It was 47 floors. That thing fell like a house of cards, perfectly and evenly. If it had a few sporadic fires on one side of the building where the debris blasted through the windows, and you could tell me that fucking building fell, the top floor collapsed onto the bottom floors. 47-story fucking building. And this fucking retard's going, I remember that day. I was in school. I was in math class, and my mommy came and got me out of school because blah, 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 blah. I've forgotten more about 9/11 information than this fucking guy will ever fucking know. And the day it happened, I watched that shit on fucking TV, probably in the same spot that I watched the entire OJ fucking Simpson trial. And when they were zooming in on that debris field, that fucking debris field was all I needed to see. Because I said, I'm sitting there, literally sitting there watching this, and I said, how in the fuck can both of those buildings fall one right after the other in such a manner that not one other building on either side? I've been to the World Trade Centers. I went there in 2000 for the change. I think it was 99. I think, fuck, what was it? 99. Yeah, it was 98 to 99. That's when I went there. And I stood at the base of that building right before you get in the door, and I stood and I looked up to the top, and it literally looked like the fucking building was bent over the top of me, because it's an illusional thing, whatever. But unfortunately, I couldn't go up to the observation deck because it was a holiday. It was New Year's Day, and it was closed because we were there for the drop of the ball, and it was cold as fuck in New York on New Year's Eve. And we got in Times Square. Me and my buddy Sean. He's I'm even going to say he's the president of a bike club, and his old lady and this chick that I went with, and blah 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 blah. And we went to the Comedy Store and seen comedy. Yeah, we had a great time. I did some acid that weekend, and it was good times. Good times. But again, speaking of the debris field, when I watched that shit on television, they were zooming in on the debris field while there was fires, piles of shit burning, and they zoomed in on the steel girders. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I seen one, and then I seen another, and I seen another, and I'm like, what in the fuck am I looking at here? How the fuck is that even possible? And what I'm referring to is that the gold, if you ever seen brand new steel I-beam girders that are in a steel factory, or not steel factory, but in a manufacturing fabrication yard. I've been involved in steel all my life, and I've delivered I-beams, the same colored I-beams. I call them rust color. They're like a reddish brown, kind of like Georgia clay almost, and they had perfect 45-degree angle cuts in the beam. And when I was looking, I was like, are those beams that the rescuers cut? Because not only were they cut at a 45-degree angle, but it looked like there was liquid metal that was running down, kind of like candle wax, when a candle burns and the wax overflows and it runs down on the side of the candle. Well, I was like, what the fuck is that? That looks like it was melted, and it wasn't just one beam, it was every fucking beam that I looked at. I still got pictures somewhere in a phone from that day. And you can see the 45-degree angle fucking steel that was cut. And there's only 2 working floors. What do you mean there's only 2 working floors? I don't know what you mean. But I said that day, first of all, before I even seen the beams, I couldn't see them when the buildings were standing and they were burning. And they were kept saying on the news, oh, the buildings are going to collapse. The buildings are going to collapse. The experts are saying that the building. So they were preparing you for what they were about to do. And for anybody to tell me, some punk ass fucking loser hiding in his shed who can't face the consequences of his own stupidity, is never going to try to, or never going to try. He can try. He's never going to convince me that, he's not going to gaslight me. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid motherfucker. What's up, Snow? And Rocky Shepherd. But there's just no fucking way that shit fell naturally. Just, it's not possible. And to watch that shit fall, and then to see Building 7 fall, I was like, the fucking government, motherfucking government did it again. Fucking government's done it again to us. And then while I was at work, I was driving down I-75. I remember exactly where I was at. I wasn't driving down. I was driving north on I-75. I was in my semi, doing my milk run, as we call it. I had just picked up from a place. Doesn't much matter where I was going, but I was going up to Pontiac to grab another load. And I was on I-75 northbound, just past Square Lake Road, between Square Lake Road and M59, because my next stop was off of M59 near the Pontiac Silverdome. And I was listening to Howard Stern, on Sirius satellite radio. I had a Sirius satellite in my truck, and Baba Booey came on, and he said, Howard, like how he'd come in and bust in, and Howard would be like, what the fuck you want, Gary? Baba Booey, what do you want, Baba Booey? And Baba Booey was like, Howard, you got breaking news. A plane just hit the World Trade Center. And Howard's like, what do you mean a plane? What kind of plane? And Gary's like, well, the reports are sketchy right now, but they're saying it was like a commercial airplane. And blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what the fuck, man? And so I got to my next stop, and there was a dude in the dock, had an over-the-road truck, and a big truck, big sleeper. And I was asking everybody, hey, anybody got a TV? Anybody got a TV here? Anybody got a TV here at this plant? And they're like, no, we don't got one here. We don't got one here. So I was like, hey, man, I'm going to go ask this dude in the semi. So I went and beat on his door, and I said, yo, man, I'm like, I hate to wake you up. I said, but you got a TV in there? He's like, yeah. And I said, turn that bitch on, bro. A big fucking commercial jet, a 747 or 727 or a big commercial fucking airline hit the fucking World Trade Center. And he was like, no shit. And he was like, hey, let me turn the TV on. So he turned it on. I was standing on his steps looking through the door. It was up in the bunk and looking from the driver's side. And next thing you know, they had the helicopter flying around watching the building. One was on fire and blazing. And then all of a sudden, man, here come a fucking another plane, that appeared at the time. We thought another plane hit it. But at the end of the day, it was all fucking holographic bullshit. But the plane hit the building, and I thought it was a replay. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And the dude was like, I don't know, dude. What the fuck was that? And then the camera, the helicopter with the camera fucking glitched and it jumped around or whatever. And then they played it, and then the second building was on fire, and I seen the fucking shit come flying out of it or whatever. And I was like, holy fuck, dude. I said, I think another fucking plane hit the other fucking tower. And he was like, yeah, dude. And then they replayed it, and they're like, oh my God, Joe, whatever. There was another plane, a second airplane has hit the tower. So then right then and there, I said, this is some bullshit right here. And then I think I probably had 2 or 3 more stops, maybe. Excuse me. And I had to drive from Pontiac down to Toledo to drop off my load. And then I was done for the day. And I was probably back at home by 2 in the afternoon. I sat in front of the TV and watched that shit like it was no tomorrow. And I think they probably felt like 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. And then after that, I think the next day, because I remember them having lights on, big floodlights and shit. And they were zooming in on stuff. And I'm like, that's when I seen them beams. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Not mention that the building 7 had collapsed and they showed that. And I was like, this is fucking bullshit. There's no way that fucking building fell. There's no way that these 2 buildings fell the way they did. I said, there's no fucking way. And so from that moment, I went to work the next day and I said, yeah, airplanes might have hit it, but that shit was controlled demolitions. And not everybody, but there was a lot of people who were like, yeah, I think that there was something fishy with that. Nobody would actually come out and say that it was controlled demolition that I remember, except for me. And I was telling everybody, you're going to find out. You're going to find out that the government was behind this shit. And here we are, 20 fucking something years later. And you got clowns like this fucktard, Christopher butt fucking rough here, believes, that there was something fishy about it. Not saying that but I could tell him what I know about the World Trade Centers and he'll just fucking mock me and ridicule me and go and laugh and suck on his big glass dick, fucking clouding his brain with fucking cannabinoids. Yeah, whatever, dude. I'm going to have to fucking, let me see. Wait a minute. Let me have to pull this up. Oh, I'm not subscribed to him. I didn't think I was. I was going to unsubscribe to him. This fucking guy's a fucking retard. Most of these YouTubers are fucking retards, if any of you guys haven't figured that out yet. But, no, they weren't hollow inside, dude. That's the nonsensical fucking, it was an actual building. People were working. There was no empty floors. There was a bunch of pictures that were floating around and videos, which you'd probably not be able to find online anymore because it's all scrubbed. It's very easy to scrub shit from the internet. But I'm sure somebody somewhere has the video. And I would say that if anybody has the videos, it would be James Corbett, and from the Corbett Report, because he was on top of the fucking 9/11 shit like nobody else was. And there was a group of Israeli art students that came to this country allegedly to attend art school and whatnot. And they had, for some reason, got jobs. From my memory, it's not as fresh as it used to be, but some of them got jobs in the World Trade Center, like internships and stuff like that. Some of them were going to school, whatever. And they got access to the interior, and they were planting nanothermite shape charges, which is it's like a fucking tape, real thin, real flexible. You just tape it to, got sticky on one side. You just stick it to whatever it is that you wanted to burn through. It's literally like a cot, like what the fuck is that little, not cot, a soldering gun, but it's like running a hot knife through fucking butter. It's even better than that. It's like a I don't even know how to explain nanothermite. If you don't know what nanothermite is, look it up. It's shape charges. It's not like C4. It's not like anything before. Back then, it was some shit that was rarely talked about and placed on those beams on every floor, and it was wired up. That's why you see the plumes from every floor right before it happened, because it was going zip, 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 because it's instantaneous. When that electric charge hits that nanothermite, it's like it's a split second. It zips right through fucking half-inch fucking steel, like nothing. And so that's what was doing that. And whatever, they gained access to it. This Howard Silverstein. I think it was his name, Howard Silverstein. I know it was Silverstein, I believe. Some Jewish guy took out insurance policies on it. There's so much stuff, but not only that, but the World Trade Centers were literally built only to destroy them, to implement the New World Order. Most people don't know that. I didn't visit any of them floors, but I can tell you that the building wasn't full of empty floors. That's nonsensical. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's nonsensical. And so the buildings were built only to destroy them. And there's a photo. Let me see. I could probably find it right now. Let me see if I can find it. Look it up on my phone real quick. I have it somewhere, but I'll never be able to find it in any due time. Not have to go through old screenshots and go, oh, there it is. But pic of David Rockefeller on Time magazine in 1970. I think it was 71, maybe, with Trade Center construction behind. Let's see if I can find it. See if I can find that photo. Time magazine. No. Picture of David Rockefeller, on Time magazine cover, 1971. I know I'll find it if I keep putting that in there. Was it Time magazine? It had to have been Time. In the 1970s. There it is. Found it. There you go. It's Newsweek. That's what it was. Newsweek. But it was a new era in banking. That was it. Let me see. New era in banking. Time. Newsweek. April. There we go. Newsweek. David Rockefeller on Newsweek cover in 1970s. There it is, right here. This is the picture. All right, let's see if I can pull it up. There we go. Can you see this? All right, let me see if I can blow this up. I don't know if I can. View image. All right. I don't know if I can blow it up. But on this watch, there are better pictures out there, because this is a copy. As you can see what this is. This is somebody's, you see this right here? This is a label that you would get when they would mail it to you. It says Pauline Stanich or Stanton or whatever. That was her magazine. But if you can see it, I know I can see it a little bit right here. But on his watch, right here, and they were building, allegedly, they were building the trade centers behind them, or not behind them, but because this is the Empire State Building right here. But talking about, oh, this is 1967. That's right. But maybe there's another one. But on this watch, it's 9/11. 11 minutes to 9. If you can see the hand, it's like getting ready to be 9 o'clock. And it's 11 minutes to 9 on that watch. And that was like a big thing in the conspiracy world back in the day. And there's copies of it that are better. Let me see. Yeah, 33. Does anybody know what 33 stands for? That what significance 33 is to Luciferians? Not only is it where you become a 33rd degree Mason and you are shown, what they got, whatever. But 33 is how old Jesus Christ was when they crucified him. So it's a big number to them. And that's why they use 33 in all their media. Like, there was 33 people that were killed or whatnot. It's always, not always, but there's a lot of connection to 33. And it's because, yeah, well, of course it was an insurance scam. But the Rockefellers, and let me see if I can get a better picture of that. A more clear picture. I don't think this would be a more clear picture. If you get it on your phone and you got a clear picture, if you actually got the actual Newsweek magazine from then, you could see it on his watch. It was 9/11 or 11. I believe it was 11 minutes to 9. They do both. They do 9/11 and 11 minutes to 9. And allegedly, the reason why they worship 9/11 is because that's when they crucified Jesus, was on September 11th at 33 years old. And the Easter story with, the resurrection, not saying that Jesus didn't, escape the tomb, but it wasn't in April. That's Ishtar. That's the goddess of fertility, where they're worshiping that god, which is Ishtar, Easter, Ishtar. It's a pagan holiday, blah, 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 blah. So the World Trade Centers were only built to destroy them. I could show you one of my old, not my old, but a channel that I used to watch. She hasn't been on in a long time, and I'd like to really know what happened to her. She probably got tired of being harassed by the government, being a targeted individual. Yeah, part of that is that 33% represents 1/3 of the angels that followed Lucifer. Yeah, there's a lot of things behind 33. It's that's why it's such a significant number to them. And yeah, a hologram, which Project Blue Beams is a very big situation. And then this fucking clown here. What the hell is Slayer doing on there? This guy right here, his nonsensical bullshit. He doesn't understand the powers of the evil that's all around us. That doesn't show any boundaries, man. He doesn't get it. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty is Satan and the light bearer, and the Christians or the Catholics praise Lucifer. Many say that Jesus is the son or is Lucifer. And, I don't know. There's a lot of people that say that. There's a lot of people that are teaching that. There's, a lot of people say that Christ already came back and the 1,000-year reign of Christ is over. That's when Lucifer was locked up and now he's loose. That's why the chain at the foot of the Statue of Liberty is broken and there's an apple at the foot there, you know, because nobody can see Statue of Liberty's feet, you know. So there's a lot of shit going on out here that most people can't understand, especially this fucking clown right here. He likes to run his mouth, you know, call other people clowns and shit. And if somebody is so closed-minded that no matter what you say to them, they don't want to hear, they don't want any new information. He mocks flat earth. He mocks, you know, everything. So to me, if you mock flat earth and you've done no research, you've done no experiments yourself, you've never dug into it, you've never experienced it, then you can't speak upon it. Do I know for a fact it's flat? Nah, I don't fucking know. But one thing that I can guarantee, that without a doubt in my mind, we are not on a spinning fucking ball zipping through space. That we are not. And I don't give a fuck what anybody wants to call me. They can say I'm a nut job. They can ridicule me. They can say whatever. And I laugh at them because we've done no research. And that's it. Yeah, you know, I don't believe in all of that shit, dude. I don't believe in, you know, anybody being able to say that in this date or that date, this is going to happen or that's going to happen. I highly doubt that anybody will ever be accurate. Nostradamus wasn't accurate. That's predictive programming. They could tell us that a guy named Nostradamus existed and this is what he said and these are his writings. You don't have no proof. I don't have no proof. We've never seen it. I've never seen it. If a tree falls in the woods, did you ever hear? Does it make a sound? Right, Christopher Buttruff? So, yeah, there you go. So, the closer you get to the ice wall, the flatter rainbows are. Rainbows aren't big arched rainbows like they are when you get closer to the, you know, to the ice wall. I don't really care what people think. You know, there used to be a time where I would say, "Oh man, I keep that to myself. I'm afraid people will mock me." I don't give a fuck. They can go fuck themselves. I know what I know. I don't. Once you go flat, you never go back. I can sit here and teach you. I can show you guys something that people will be like, "Oh, you're out of your mind." Okay, let's look up one thing. We could not one thing, but we could look up a few things here. Let me type it in real quick. One-way flights from Cape Town, South Africa to Auckland, New Zealand. All right, so we're going to go. Here we go. You guys can see this. All right, here we go. Quick little exercise for you. Air New Zealand flights. Yeah, whatever. I'll accept them. I don't give a fuck. From Cape Town, South Africa to Auckland, New Zealand. Search flights. All right, here we go. Hurry, only one seat at this price. Oh my God. I'd like to know why there's 2 stops or 1 stop and it takes 29 hours and 25 minutes with 1 stop, or it takes 36 hours and 40 minutes with 2 stops. Why should there be any stops when you can just zip across the ocean? Because the direct path, Google, let's look up Google Maps. Google. I like to say Google. Let's look this up real quick, and we'll jump back. I'm not going to stay on this topic for long, but let's share this. Google Maps. So let's go Cape Town. Here we go. All right, we got Cape Town. It's the southernmost point in Africa. You see? You guys see this? Oh, sorry. There we go. All right, so check it out. Me being a truck driver, the most direct fucking route path from A to B is the most logical. So the most direct flight path from A to B would be from here, Auckland, New Zealand, to here. Excuse me, from Cape Town, South Africa is here to Auckland, New Zealand, here. It would be across the Indian Ocean. Follow the arrow. 17-hour flight, a one-way flight from here to here. Right? Does that sound logical to any of you? Does that make any sense to you guys to take that flight path from there to there, right across the Indian Ocean? It's only 17 hours. 17 hours. So my question is, why do these flight paths? There we go. Let's make sure we see this again. Okay, let's go back to the flight path, or the tickets for the flight. So let's view the trip. Let's see where it takes us. Let's go with this one right here, just a one stopper. Let's go with this. Let's go with the itinerary, one stop, if I can get it to show trip detail. There we go. Departure time, the 29 and 25 minute flight, this first one, goes to, or from Cape Town to Dubai. And then from Dubai, it goes to Auckland, New Zealand. That's the one stopper flight, right? That's this one. One stop. So now let's go back to the Google Maps. And let's type in the directions from Cape Town, South Africa to Dubai. Dubai International Airport. And then we'll add another destination. We're going to add in Auckland, New Zealand. Auckland, New Zealand. Okay, so let's check this flight path out. From here, from Auckland, New Zealand. Let's go. Where's that? Sorry, we could not calculate driving directions from Cape Town, South Africa to Auckland, New Zealand. So let's go back right here. So where's Dubai's right here? You guys can see Dubai. Are you seeing this map? Let me make sure you're seeing it. Yep, you're seeing this map. So to go from Cape Town right here to Dubai up here, and from Dubai all the way over to here to Auckland, New Zealand. Why would you go north to Dubai and then go south to Auckland, New Zealand, when you could go directly across the Indian Ocean from Cape Town right over here to Auckland, New Zealand. It's just this path right here, right across the old Indian Ocean. Does that make any sense to you guys? Anybody tell me that makes any sense? You want to know why they go to Dubai? Doesn't make any sense on a globe Earth map, now does it? Does that make any sense to go up here and then to go down here? No? Well, there's a reason for that. So let's do this. Let's type in this little thing here. Let's type this in. Let's view this image. Let's do, I don't know which one to do bad, which is the best one to do. Yeah. It's really not a real good map to show, but let's show, wait, let me type in this. Let me type this in. United Nations Earth map. Let's type this in. The United Nations. This is the United Nations Earth map. So if you see, no, let's not do that one. Fuck, that's a shitty one. Let's just go back and do what I did. Let's go back and do the Gleason map. Let's just make it the Gleason map. And now we'll share the Gleason map. All right, so here we go. You see this? Here's the Gleason map. Where you going, Austin Murphy? So busy you can't stick around? You spend hours and hours over on fucking other retarded fucking guy's YouTube channel, but go over here for 5 minutes, go, I gotta go, see you later. I love it when you guys do that. I love it. All right, so here's the map. You see this now? You can see it. You see it big and clear. So now let's track there's Africa. Right here. Here's Cape Town, South Africa, right here. Right? Down here. This is Africa, way down here. Because this is South America. This is Cape Town, South Africa, right here. You see where my arrow's at? So Dubai is right here. Right around here. So going from here, you stop here and you get fuel. And then you keep flying and you go over to here, to Auckland, New Zealand. Now, does that make sense to you guys? Does you understand why that makes sense that they go to Dubai and not just across the water? They don't just go across the water from here, from Cape Town, right here, over to here. Why would you go out of your fucking way? Why would an airline go way the fuck up here to Dubai and then come all the way down here? Fly that path when you can just fly right across. And there are no one-way flights. Or excuse me, there are no non-stop flights. Well, you could have a non-stop flight because it would only be 1,700 miles. You know, you can do the mileage thing. Let's go mileage option. Let me see. You can't really do it. I think no, you can't do it on here. I don't know why I can't. Let me see. Do recent save. Yeah, you can't do it on this one. I don't know why. But nonetheless, if you could draw a straight line from here to here, you'd find out that it was so many miles and it was a 17-hour fucking trip. So the reason why they go to Dubai is because that's the most logical place to go. That's kind of in between point A and point B. It's because we're not on a fucking globe. It's not rocket science, guys. It's very common sense. And I realized that when I wanted to, or not wanted to, when I booked my flight from Detroit to London, and I thought to myself, oh, well, looking at the map, I was like, oh, this is the route that we would take. We would go from here to here. This is what I did because I was here in Detroit. And I said to myself, all right, well, this is how we'll be flying to England. We'll get on the plane and we'll just go right across the ocean because I was like, man, I'm not really cool with flying over the ocean like that. That's not cool, because it'd be a cold water drink, and go here to England. So it's like straight across. Well, when I got on the plane, they announced, British Airways, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to inconvenience you, but we're going to have to take a flight path change. We're going to go make a stop because it was supposed to be a one-way flight, a non-stop flight. That's what I paid for. And they announced when I got on the plane that there was an issue and whatnot, or they had to go to Montreal. So we went from Detroit to Montreal, Quebec, I should say, right here. We had to go to Quebec, and we landed in Quebec, allegedly to pick people up and drop people off. And then we went from Quebec over to the United Kingdom. Well, from Quebec, which is here, to the United Kingdom, London is here. Well, when we're in the plane, the pilot says, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. If you were to take a look out the starboard side of your airplane, which was, the driver's side if you're in the car, and you will see below Greenland. And then he announced Iceland. And I'm like, I thought to myself, what the fuck are we doing over Greenland? Why the fuck would we be up in Greenland? Because I've studied a map. I was pretty damn good in school with geography, and I had many a contest. One where they didn't put any names of the countries on. There were nothing. It was like you had to write down. They had the border lines, of course, but they didn't have no names, and you had to fill in the blanks and put the names of the countries. And I did extremely well at those tests back in the day. And I thought to myself, what the fuck are we doing near Greenland? That we're just going out of the fucking way. Well, yeah, you would think that we're going out of the way if we were on a fucking globe. And that was my first fucking thing. I was like, what in the fuck? What? So, but if you look at it, here's the Detroit area, kind of right here. And Montreal be kind of here. And then Greenland is right here underneath you on your way to the UK. So that was my first rude awakening back in 1995 when I went to fucking Amsterdam. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's something up. This is Detroit's right here. Quebec is right here. London, England is here. So that's why we were seeing Greenland, because we had to fly over it. And I was like, it's kind of weird. Why are we over Greenland? But when I became aware of flat Earth, it made complete and total sense, because It's not over here. It's over here. It's a direct flight to get to England from Detroit. You fly this way. But it's a straight line, even though it's curved. It's actually a straight line. So you have to twist that map to where this would be in a straight line, and then you'd be flying accurately. So when somebody tells me that I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, and you're a retard, and you're a dumb fucking, you're flat tard, or you're a flurfer, okay, call me what you will. But I guarantee you didn't do any research to prove me wrong. So it's not just that flight path, but it's all flight paths. And if you don't believe that, then look up emergency flight paths, and you'll find that emergency flight paths do the same thing. You can't tell normies nothing because they're indoctrinated with the devil's information, and they don't want to know the truth because most people are happy and content living in Lucifer's world, like Christopher Buttruff stuffing cell phones up his ass so he could call people. I don't need to call people that bad. My asshole doesn't have enough room for a cell phone. My ass cavity doesn't have enough room. I'm sure it probably does, but I don't want to know that my ass cavity has enough room for a cell phone. So, anyways, anybody want to argue with me and tell me that I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about? No, I would never join the fucking Freemasons. Are you smoking crack, bro? No, I wouldn't join the Freemasons. Fuck no. I joined the Moose Lodge, but I don't believe, I could be wrong. I don't believe the Moose Lodge is a satanic group. It could be. Never know. I'm not an active member. I know they did a lot of things for kids, but that doesn't mean that they're legit. I really don't care because I'm not joining any fraternities, any secret societies, and it doesn't matter. So I don't know if it's a simulation. I don't know if it's a holograph. I don't know if it's a dream, and we're not even really physically here. I don't know. All I know is that the things that Big Daddy tells us is a lie. Not only that, but things that Dada tells us may appear to be a lie, but it's the truth. Some of the things that, then I'm going to change the topic. Some of the things that old Paulie Boy talks about, Austin Murphy. This one, you might want to pay attention to it. You mind if I ask you a question, Austin Murphy? If you're still here? Mr. Murphy, do you feel the same way about me having an ankle tether or ankle monitor, whatever you fucking people call it? Not you, but fucking people online call it. It's a GPS tether. Do you feel as if it's my fault and I deserve to have a tether on my ankle, and I'm failing to accept responsibility for my own actions, and I have these charges because of me, and it's my fault? Be honest. Be honest, Austin Murphy. Come on. Oh yeah, 2015. It was very easy, but now, well, then in 2015, YouTube was fucking awesome until 16 when Google bought it. Google bought the old fucking shit. You don't even know your situation. You mean to tell me you've been listening to this? I see you in all the chats, but you don't know my situation. You're not familiar with me having an ankle monitor and me facing charges because of crackhead snafu snaps to jackass zebra. You're not familiar with that? I know you barely know me, but you watch OTW. You probably watch Pauly Boy. Why do you think I showed up to Tariq's house? What do you know about that? I'm not picking on you. I'm trying to gauge the amount of information that people hear or pick up on and are familiar with it. Do you think that I went to Tariq's house to do something bad? You think I had a bad intent? I don't know. I know I probably ain't going to get a straight answer out of anybody. I don't know. Something about a boxing match. Yeah, you're definitely fucking clueless if you're being honest, bro. Oh boy. What do you know about Snafu Snaps? Let's ask you that question. What not forget me. Just pretend you don't know anything about me at all. Like absolutely nothing. What do you know about the jackass Zebra? What do you know about him? Yeah, we're talking about the Tartarian Empire, the old world history. Most people don't know about meltology. They don't know about the ant people. They don't know about a lot of things. There's a lot of information out there that's being suppressed, and you mention this stuff, and you'll have people like Christopher Buttruff go, "You're delusional. You're go smoke some crack." Yeah. Go watch some fucking mainstream media, fucktard. That's what I say. Well, no. I've known Snafu for 4 years. And, I know everything about him that he said in public. Can only see his daughter supervised. Who told you that he can only see his daughter supervised? His story is a lie made up by the winners in Satan's realm. I'll have to agree with you, Rocky Shepherd, because the evil shows no boundaries. And I know that I'm going to get this bond revocation video off there, Christopher Ruff. I'm not going to bother fucking even paying attention to that clown anymore. He wants to mock me or anybody about correcting your status and turning yourself sovereign. But he goes and refuses to put Social Security cards, give his boys, his new I guess his newborn kids are not newborn now, but he doesn't give them birth certificates or Social Security cards. And then he says, if anybody can tell me how I'm going to teach my kids how to drive when they get older, teaching them how to drive is simple. I guess what he meant is having them get a driver's license. Well, this is the problem with fucktards like Christopher Ruff. You do the dumb shit that you do, and you don't even know what you're doing, if it's even true. But when I tried to explain to him what will happen and how you can manage it when his kids are old enough to start driving, he wants to mock, ridicule, insult, ad hominem, slinging, mud at you and all the other shit. It's ridiculous, man. No, Paul's not trying to run a cult per se. I know what Paul's deal is. Pauly Boy. Pauly Boy is trying to, I wouldn't say run a cult. He wants to be worshipped. That's what it is, and it's being confused by people on the the channels that he runs, or even his own channel. He wants people to worship him. He wants to be a god, so to speak, a sovereign God with knowledge that nobody has. Well, his knowledge is he knows what he's talking about. He's a slick talker. He's been doing this shit for a long time. I don't slick talk, but I know everything that he says and I get it and I understand it. And he doesn't speak in gibberish to me or a foreign language. I know and I understand. I wouldn't say understand. I comprehend everything that he says. But the problem with Paulie Boy is he does not want anybody to know how to be or act or live how he lives, how he conducts and holds himself in the higher standard and through a God and blah blah blah. Him talking is exhausting. Listening to him speak is fucking exhausting. He is an extreme narcissist, and most people who associate with him are narcissists, or at least 90% narcissists, and they all want they thrive to be Paul. I listened to him today. This is the arrogance of this fucking guy. He thinks that this is a clear display of narcissism, where he thinks that all women want to fuck the guy, that he could take your women from you, and it's funny. And Origins asks, how could you tell you're not just dreaming from reality? Well, I can't, and maybe when you dream and you're in rapid eye movement and when you're in REMs, maybe that's the reality, and what we're in now is the dream. I don't know. How can you explain deja vu? Deja vu happens to me all the time, and it's like, how could I do something that I've never done before but remember it? You know, what we know about the human brain and its capabilities is just a fraction of what it's capable of doing. Think about all the information that you've retained in your head throughout your life, and that just scratches the surface of what the brain is capable of doing. And you're going to tell me that that's just happenstance and it's just, an evolution from us become, whether you believe you're monkeys or you were a sea urchin and we evolved from creatures of the sea or whatever it is. And to me, that's fucking insanity. Occam's razor, the simplest answer is the only answer. You can't have globe or a heliocentric fucking model of Earth with all these fantastical fucking numbers and come on, man. Come on, man. The fact that people believe the heliocentric model of Earth is only a testament of how weak the human brain is if you program it and you don't allow it to expand. You're gonna believe what you're told. How's that saying go? Believe all of what you're told and none of what you know. Or it could say, believe in none of what you're taught and everything that I don't even. My brain is so fucking exhausted from the last 3 fucking months. You guys have no idea. In combination with the hours that I put in, the things that I am dealing with outside of this internet reality, and then tossing all this internet shit in it, and the weirdos that I got to fucking deal with, it's fucking exhausting. I don't know how anybody can go hours and hours every day for fucking years, occasionally taking a day or two break. I don't know how these fucking guys do it. It's mind-boggling to me. The energy that they waste, the determination factor that they put into YouTube nonsense is beyond me. I'm wore the fuck out from the shit. Yeah, it is what it is. But anywho, what do you guys got here? The answers you're seeking is found by letting go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. Still mind letting go to blank slate yourself, but be on a neutral observer in the stillness within. I'd have to say, you're right. If you do DMT and look into a red laser, you can see numbers and letters, Yeah, you're referring to that. You don't even need to do DMT to do that. There was a video out there where somebody had a laser and you can look into the laser. And I describe that as basically seeing the digital rain that's all around us. I don't think it's code or the Da Vinci, bullshit or whatnot. I think it's just digital rain that the laser can see, videos zipping from towers to your phones, from text messages from your phones to this, it's just digital rain. Because I've said it for a long time. Imagine if you had a pair of goggles like infrared or night vision that you could see all of the frequencies and the information that's being digitally sent through the air. Imagine what that would look like. We'd be drowning in it. And I believe that's looking into a laser. You're not looking into anything other than digital rain. I can't remember exactly how I phrased it, but I put it on a Facebook comment that somebody had shared that, and there were a lot of comments, and I said what I said, kind of what I just said, but a little bit better how I explained it. And there was so many people that commented. I think I don't know, I can't remember how many people responded to me, and they were like, dude, that makes so much sense now that you say that. But whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. We need to get rid of the cell phones and the internet. As anything, cell phones can be a positive or a negative. The internet can be a positive or negative. Excuse me. A candle flame can be positive or negative, depending on how you use it. One candle flame could light up an entire cave and take it from pitch black where you couldn't see your finger at the tip of your nose. But one candle flame could light an entire cave up where you could see as if you were in daylight. Your eyes will acclimate to the amount of light that is available. And that same candle flame can cook you dinner, can keep you warm. It could do many things on a positive manner, but that same candle flame can destroy an entire city, burn it all down if you put it in the hands of the wrong people or the wrong person. And the same thing with the internet. It could be a positive thing or it could be a negative thing if it's in the hands of somebody who wants it to be a negative. Cell phones could be a positive, could be a negative. Doesn't matter what it is. So, I don't know. I'm on here rambling. I would think I'm rambling. I was watching this guy. Wait, where did it go? Is it this one? Yeah, I was watching King Stephen, and I was hearing him get a little rambunctious with somebody. I didn't know who it was. Somebody related to Jack Talcott, I think. But I really do like this dude. I seen a sign of him today. Oh, yeah. Here, look at this stupid shit. Look at this dumb shit. OTW. the video that he did yesterday. Look what he wants. To watch that video yesterday with where they were busting on me, my balls. They were, you know, I screen recorded it, so it don't matter. I got it. Don't cost me $250. I screen record this shit as it's live, so they could set it to private immediately, and I'll still have it because I know the games these fucking retards play. So if you want the video from yesterday, he's holding you hostage and wants you to pay $249 to watch that video because he got all the use out of it that he could by the amount of views that came with that video. I don't exactly know how many views because he turns the view count off, I think, when you put, or it turns the view count off when you put it in that mode. I could be wrong. Let's check and see if I am wrong. Go to the lives and see if it tells you how many people have seen it. Yeah, it doesn't tell you. Here's another one. Trigger the beta. You know, the funny thing is with these guys like OTW is that he is so delusional. I don't even want to use those words because it doesn't even make any sense to use them anymore because they have no effectiveness on a guy like him or Snafu or Paulie Boy or, you know, Cynthia or Yolanda or any of these fucking weirdos that are a part of that panel verse. They're a bunch of fucking narcissists, man. And no matter what you say to them, it doesn't matter. But then in the same breath, they'll spew off some bullshit that is exactly what you're trying to convey to them. I got the 7-hour and 15 fucking minute video recorded in my screen recorder app, and I haven't downloaded it yet, and I haven't uploaded it to YouTube. But there's a part of that video, that stream, where Paulie Boy's up there running his fucking mouth like usual. Won't let nobody else speak. He's Snafu Snaps Senior. That's why Snaps calls him Dada. He literally explains how Landry's father could possibly, you know, the day before he was saying he was going to jail for life, whatever, which I dispute. I say that the situation was an accident and nobody meant for that to happen. So to punish somebody with any amount of time in a cage, that should not be allowed. You know, it doesn't make any sense. The family was neglectful and more responsible than Landry's father because they didn't take the necessary precautions to keep the 6-year-old autistic child from wandering on the streets and walking in front of traffic. So Paulie Boy was talking about it, and he made a statement that not only applies to Landry's father, it would also apply with me in my situation with his little boy, you know, Snafu Snaps, Dada's little boy, Snafu Snaps, will never address it. Nobody, even Paulie Boy, won't address it. OTW won't address it. But to say that Landry's father could possibly, I wouldn't say get off scot-free, that's not quite the words, but not be held accountable to the degree that some people would like, because, you know, I think the most trouble that he's going to face is actually leaving the scene of the accident. But that's reasonable and justified to a degree when you think that, you know, given the situation, he was fairly distraught and God knows what was going through his mind. And yeah, it took a couple of days for him to turn himself in. But when you're scared and you're freaked out and you have a situation like that, I could only imagine what was going through Landry's father's mind. And then he came to his senses and he went and turned himself in. So, under the circumstances, I would think that the parents of the little girl would never want Landry's father to be held accountable and to be sent to prison or his life be destroyed because of the misfortunate situation where their child wandered into traffic. Landry's father was just a guy driving down the road, minding his own business, and all of a sudden, a little girl walks out in front of him. I guarantee he probably tried to swerve, slam on his brakes, freaked out. Oh my God, what the hell happened? Like I said, if any of you have ever encountered a wild animal running across the street in front of you in your vehicle and you nearly missing it, the amount of adrenaline and instant nervousness runs through your body like you're like, oh my God, because you don't want to run over any living creature when you're in a vehicle. Nobody wants to do that. That's the worst case scenario that anybody could ever imagine happening while they're driving or traveling, excuse me. And so Paulie Boy mentioned that he would probably not be held accountable like he thinks that he may, because Paulie Boy likes to play both sides of the fence like most YouTubers do. I think that Paulie is under the impression that he could get away with, I wouldn't say get away with, but get to skate. And skate's not even the word. I'm tired. My head's a little ringy. Be forgiven by the family. I wouldn't be surprised if the family didn't already contact the prosecutor's office and say, I don't want him prosecuted. He didn't intend to do that, because you have to have intent. And that's my point, is that lacking intent and malice, did he swerve to say, oh, this little kid thinks they're going to cross the road, I'm going to teach it to never get in the road again, and thump thump? No. A complete and total accident. So to say that he's going to be held accountable to some high degree and end up getting tossed in a cage and whatnot, I highly doubt it. I really, truly, highly doubt it. But at the same time, it won't help if Landry doesn't shut the fuck up and all these idiots aren't on the backside contacting law enforcement or the sheriff or whoever, prosecutors, and saying, oh, he's making videos, and sharing his videos with law enforcement and saying, look at him, he just doesn't give a fuck. And because that's what these people are about. These people are about revenge and having the hate that's in them come out on the surface and to bring their hatred onto anybody and everybody that's going to accept it. But with having said that, moving forward after, off of the laundry insanity of everybody fucking stalking his ass, and it's not going to stop with him if he doesn't step up with the law enforcement and put a ixnay on their bullshit. But Paulie said, lacking intent, there would be no discussion on who's guilty or who's not guilty. So that applies to my situation where I'm in with Snafu Snaps doing what he did to me, and him being under the impression that I'm going to be found guilty and whatnot. He'd be lucky. He'd be lucky if that's what he chooses, but he'd be lucky to have this case make it all the way to a jury trial without being dismissed. He's going to be hard pressed for that to happen. I would love for my lawyer just to say, fuck it, let's have trial. But I can't guarantee that she would ever do that because she does what she wants to do. That's what lawyers do, good lawyers. And no matter what you tell them, she's going to say, nope, I'm not doing what you want. I'm telling you right now, she's going to tell me I'm not doing what you want. Maybe not in those exact words, but nonetheless, what occurred between Snafu and myself is, what was his role? His role was watching my video. I'm not even in the Panelverse. I'm outside the Panelverse. He's watching my video, jealous that I'm online or upset that I'm online. I don't know what it is, but determined is probably the best word. Determined to attack me while I'm online, to throw me off my game, irritate the hell out of me, whatnot. And then for me to react and say, I'm going to kick your ass, lacking, or while refraining from furthering my claim that I'm going to kick his ass by jumping in a car or an airplane or taking a bus or hitchhiking to Arizona to try and find him to kick his ass, is lacking any appropriate information that, I wouldn't say appropriate information, ignoring the true facts of how and what, where, when, and why between me and crackhead Snafu Snaps. And there's no way in the world that any prosecutor worth his weight in piss would ever literally try and pursue criminal charges on me for some shit like that without having some ulterior motive on top of the belief or disbelief that I've actually committed a crime. With nothing more than a reaction with no intent and no malice. I didn't think and say, I'm going to tell him I'm going to kick his ass and he's going to get scared and maybe he'll leave me alone. No, it was just a spontaneous reaction. If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to kick your ass. So the legal aspect of it, taking it to a trial, no jury is going to put any restrictions on me or whatnot. They're going to sit there intently. They're going to listen. Which, again, I highly doubt. I'm wasting my breath right now because I highly doubt that that'll ever happen. First of all, you can't get through the pre-trial interview process with the prosecutor, who's going to ask you questions, and you can rest assured that a list of questions is going to be submitted on my behalf for the prosecutor to include in the questions they're going to ask you on their own behalf. And I can guarantee you the questions that I present are going to be I wouldn't say the get out of jail free card, but it's going to be the result is going to be that you can't muster up intelligent and logical responses to the questions that the prosecutor is never going to be able to win. They're not going to prosecute. They're going to be like, we're not taking him to trial because you're going to look like a fucking idiot. And then he's going to sue us and it's going to make us look like idiots. And he's going to be a successful fucking litigant. So they're not going to do it. I already know it. And I'm wasting my breath by talking about this, but I feel it necessary to discuss it to a degree. And some of you guys will say, he's whining and crying again. So if I'm whining and crying, what are you guys doing? Have you ever thought about posing a question to somebody who goes out of their way to fuck with and harass an individual that they clearly don't want anything to do with you? You know, like, I had no desire to have any communications with Snafu Snaps. If I wanted to have communications with him, I'm sure that I could have called him and said, look, man, I want to be your buddy, man. Let's be friends again. because that's what he does. How many different relationships does this guy had? Broken, repaired, broken, repaired. It's never ending. So whatever. Lacking merit or lacking intent, excuse me, lacking intent or malice or and just saying, hey, look, it was a complete and total. You know what he did to me, calling me and fucking with me. Why doesn't anybody question that? Why doesn't anybody question that? Why doesn't anybody question Snafu Snaps and his actions, not only with me and what he did to me, but what he does all over the internet, and Landry being a prime example of a relentless cyber terrorist and the tactics that he conducts his daily life with. I don't, it's so frustrating. My brain hurts. It makes me literally want to fall asleep while I'm talking about it. It's so mind-boggling. Yeah, Origins. I'm going to silence you too. So it's funny. Any mods want to post her link? Well, why don't you go and talk to her on your own channel instead of using my chat for your fucking conversation fucking window? If you're not listening to me, why are you here? If I'm boring you and making you fall asleep, what are you doing here? The fuck, man? Talking about boring. Go watch fucking OTW. Talk about falling asleep to some boring shit. Go watch OTW. Go pay $250 to fucking watch a video. Fuck. The good thing is you only have to pay 250,000 or 250 pennies, 250,000 pennies one time. I think a month. So get in all the videos you can watch in 1 month. Lawyers don't work for the judge. Lawyers work for the Royal Crown. You almost hit a moose once. Dog ran in front of your path on the road, pitch black countryside. Got front and heard yelping and said, yeah, imagine hitting a human. You hit a deer in the dark and it was foggy, made you sick. Imagine hitting a human and knowing that it's no longer breathing. The polite way of saying it. I'm sure it's very. I couldn't even imagine it. It's very traumatic. I know that. It's got to be. Oh, so I wanted to put some shit to the test. I wanted to share this. Let me share this. This is a young lady who is in the Panelverse chat box, who she reached out to me. Pretty sure it's her. She reached out to me about getting in touch. She may have already. I don't know. I haven't checked my email in a while. But I think that, yeah, okay, 25,000 or whatever, dude. I'm fucking tired, man. This girl here teaches you about narcissism, and she describes nearly everybody that I've met online as far as, content creators that have been fucking with me, or OTW or Pauly, Snafu Snaps, individuals like that. And listen to this. I'm sure that she won't mind. Her name is Elizabeth. What's her name again?
So what haunts a narcissist? What can't a narcissistic person get over? What is something,
or something like that?
Many people
let's
can be
take a
conditioned.
listen to her. Let me put my earbud in, and hopefully I don't fall asleep, doze out while I'm doing this, because I am fucking tired. Even though I slept until like 11 o'clock today, and I was like, I'm not getting up. I'm going back to sleep. So I got a good night's sleep, I guess, but I still work hard. I put in another 7 hours today. Let me see. Was it 4 to 11? Yeah, 7 hours.
Many people can be conditioned to try and avoid arguments, usually by conforming to somebody else's demands. And when it comes to narcissistic individuals, they go all out to win the argument at all costs to you. If you've ever tried to reason with a narcissistic individual, it's exhausting. Narcissists use many different tactics in an argument so that they can come out on top. They're not interested in listening to you. They're not interested in your feelings. They lack the empathy.
Just imagine she's talking about OTW, Snafu Snaps. First, let's imagine she's talking about Snafu Snaps. And then imagine she's also talking about OTW. Imagine she's talking about Pauly Boy. Imagine she's talking about What's Up Cynthia and Bex, Bextra Large, and Yolanda, and Voynich, or Voy, whatever his name is, and all the rest of them. The people that you hear running their mouths on OTW. Imagine she's whoever the one that you know about the most. Just imagine she's speaking about them specifically, and listen to this closely.
To care. They're looking to win. So when it comes to getting into any form of communication, debate with a narcissist, where you might have a different opinion, where you might have called them out on something, anything that the narcissist doesn't agree to, they're going to go all out to win. And they can use tactics such as gaslighting, where the narcissist is going to go all out to make you question your own reality. They will deny things that they have said or done. They will twist the truth. They will accuse you of things you haven't even done to get you on the defensive, to get you explaining and justifying yourself to them so that they don't have to explain or justify themselves to you. And it's all designed to get you to doubt yourself and feel like you're losing your mind. Narcissistic individuals don't just stop at gaslighting, though. They'll go all out to deflect. Instead,
oh my God, deflecting is one of the biggest things they do.
Of discussing the issue at hand, instead of discussing.
Snafu Snaps, what'd you do? Oh, well, I protected everybody from this dangerous man. Or, Goblin, you're a drunk. That's the deflecting part. Or, Mystic, you had a relationship with your brother and you did this to the baby. Or Tariq, you're a terrorist. Or Bad Apple Media, whatever they say about me. It's the deflection tactic. This is what they all fucking do.
The topic of conversation that you might have raised with them. And it can be some of the most everyday topics of conversation, such as, what are we doing this weekend? But a narcissist doesn't want to give you an answer. Instead, they go all out to change the subject or attack you in some way, or answer your question with a question, such as, well, why do you want to know? They can go all out to bring up your...
Sound familiar? Does it sound familiar that Snafu Snaps does this shit? I see her talking about Snafu Snaps. That's who I see her talking about.
Or past mistakes. If you point out any of theirs, they will bring up something that's completely unrelated to the argument to shift the focus away from the topic of conversation and put it back onto something that works in the narcissist's favor. Call them out on their behavior, and a narcissist will turn into the biggest victim you've ever met. It's never their fault. It's always someone else.
Oh my God, is Snafu Snaps the biggest victim there ever is when it comes to me?
Playing the victim, because it's even more challenging to call out someone who could potentially be a victim, and it usually makes you feel like you're the one that's at fault. When a narcissistic individual feels like they are losing the argument, they'll turn things around and portray themselves as the victim in the reality that they created. They'll accuse you of always attacking them, of mistreating them, of not being very nice to them, of being selfish, of being demanding, of not caring about them. And this tactic is designed to make you feel guilty and to shift the blame away from them over to you, so that hopefully you work harder to please them. Narcissists, if they feel like they're losing the argument, can simply shut down and fall silent on you. Now, a victim, when you realise there's no point in discussing anything with a narcissist, can also just shut down and fall silent. Or when you realise that you're going to get that rage in return, sometimes it's not worth speaking. You're doing it in order to protect yourself, to keep yourself safe. Narcissists fall silent because they've got the face on and they want to punish you. If they can't win the argument with reasoning or logic, usually because there is no reasoning to their argument, there is no logic in their argument, they're gaslighting, deflecting and playing the victim, they can go all out to simply just stop talking to you. They'll ignore you completely, leaving you feeling frustrated and confused. And it's a form of punishment meant to control and manipulate you so that you feel like you've done something wrong by them and you go chasing after them and they get the attention again. Narcissists can simply overwhelm you with information during an argument. They can use the narcissist word salad.
That's what Snafu Snaps does. He overwhelms anybody with information.
With a narcissist, they're perfectly going to design the conversation where they jump from topic to topic of conversation to confuse you, or they're going to overwhelm you with information. They will bombard you with irrelevant stories, irrelevant facts, irrelevant details. They will go all out to derail.
Yeah, they deflect from what the question or the topic at hand is. And they'll say, when you say, why did you do this? They'll say, well, what about you doing this? And it never ends with Snafu Snaps. He is the prime example of somebody that will never admit or acknowledge that he did anything wrong. He'll tell you that he's fucking innocent and I'm the fucking dangerous individual. Snafu Snaps, how come you, what did you do to Gigi? Did you say that you were going to kill Gigi? In his mind, saying that, yeah, I said it and I meant it. I said it. But then he'll change the subject and say, well, what about that Landry guy? You know, it's just never ends with Snafu Snaps.
The conversation to confuse you, and this tactic makes it difficult for you to focus on the issue at hand, and it often leaves you feeling unsure of yourself and exhausted. Narcissists will use projection to win the argument, and it's a very sneaky tactic of a narcissistic individual because they will go all out to accuse you of doing to them the very things that they're doing to you. So you
Oh, that's Snafu Snaps in a nutshell right there. He is the biggest fucking projection deflector, denier of reality that I have ever fucking met. When I said the other night that he is the biggest fucking demon, the biggest piece of shit that I've ever fucking met my entire life, or haven't met him physically, but the fact that I know him and I allowed him into my life for as long as I did, he's the biggest scumbag motherfucker, narcissistic piece of shit that I've ever fucking met. And then he calls me a narcissist. That's fucking hilarious.
You end up defending yourself against their unjust accusations while they don't have to defend themselves to you. If they've been dishonest, they'll accuse you of being the liar. If they've been cheating, they'll say, oh, wow, where were you last week with so-and-so? They'll accuse you of being the cheater. If they're being selfish, they'll accuse you of being selfish.
And it gets you to accuse Snafu Snaps of being a grifter, he'll accuse you of being a grifter. Yeah? Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Defend yourself against their false accusations so that they can avoid taking responsibility for their own behavior. Narcissists also use a lot of triangulation. They're going to bring a third person into the argument. They'll bring the whole world into the argument.
Yeah. Dada. OTW. Oh, what's up, Cynthia? Yolanda. Voyage. You name them. Line them up. If it's not one, it's the other. When one's done spewing their bullshit to protect Snafu Snaps, the next fucking asshole comes in to pick up where the last asshole left off. And it never ends because they're all a bunch of gang-stalking Luciferians who hide behind the claim that they're, not all of them, but they hide behind their religion or whatnot, when in fact, Snafu Snaps is probably the most demonic person I've ever met in my entire fucking life.
And claim that everybody else agrees with me so that you feel like you're in the wrong. Whenever you don't support...
Just like they had everybody over in OTW agreeing with Snafu Snaps to try to get me to feel as if I'm in the wrong. And one thing that I've, not one thing, but many things, but things that I've tried to convey to these fucking idiots, especially Snafu Snaps, is that your psychological warfare bullshit will not work on me. I will not be manipulated. I will not be manipulated. And at this point, they know that I cannot be manipulated. So the next best thing is to time me out or to block me or to resort to the smear campaign.
Their side, they'll bring out all their imaginative.
I'm not trying to bring it up, but when I was trying to communicate with, this person, I wasn't allowed to have a one-on-one conversation with one person. It was always with another person. There's always, multiple people that I have to deal with instead of the one-on-one direct communication with whoever, whatever. And that shit gets so clearly obvious. It's extremely frustrating, and it brings the worst in me out when I deal with people who behave that way.
Friends that do support their side. The narcissist will come at you with even so-and-so things. And this tactic is designed to create...
When Snafu Snaps always includes his words when he says, I think that you're making a big mistake and so do others. He always brings in others. He doesn't name specifics. He doesn't name specific people. He just gives a generalized statement of others. He loves doing that.
Those diversions and make you feel like you're the one who is in the wrong. Narcissistic individuals use many different tactics to confuse you, to exhaust you, so that they can win the argument against you. They don't use reasoning. They don't use logic. When you can recognize the games that they are playing, you can learn to observe their behavior and no longer take it personally. Recognize the game and stay calm in the situation. Learn to trust those instincts. They usually know what they're on about, even when you don't. Set clear boundaries for you as a person, because a narcissist will not respect these.
Evil shows no boundaries. You have to establish your own boundaries and refuse to participate in it. Just like yesterday, when the video that I just showed you, that when where Landry was on it, well, I was listening to them, and I came to the conclusion that these fucking weirdos, these demonic fucktards, are never gonna wake up and smell the coffee, so to speak. So I made my decision yesterday that I'm not even gonna fuck with these people no more. There's no point in it. There's no point in watching their shit. No point in hearing their nonsense. You know, if I can't keep up with the reality of what's going on, and their bullshit gets out of control, whose fault is that? It's not mine. Well, excuse me, it is mine. It's not theirs, because I'm allowing that to happen. I'm putting myself into that situation.
You have to respect your own. When it comes to narcissistic individuals, they use lots of different tactics to win the argument. Any you notice, please do add those into the comments for people reading through. Thank you very much to all the returning subscribers and your continued support with the channel. It's greatly appreciated. If you are new to the channel, I'm Elizabeth Shaw. This channel is all about narcissistic behaviour to give you more understanding of the people you might be dealing with within your life, how to handle yourself around those people if you cannot go no contact, and different methods to find what works for you to help you understand and overcome narcissistic and emotional abuse. If you do find the information helpful on the channel, please do subscribe. If you are looking for further help and support in understanding and overcoming narcissistic and emotional abuse, I do have several online guides available, and those teachable links are in the video description. If you're looking for someone to speak to, I have partnered with BetterHelp, and their sponsored link is also in the video description. I do also have several books out on Amazon, how to create boundaries around those who have no respect for your boundaries, such as narcissistic individuals, a Narcissist Handbook, which is the ultimate guide to understanding and overcoming narcissistic.
I think I'm going to have to order her books. This is, I believe, I'm not sure if I'm probably, you know what, I'm not even going to say her name. I'm sure she probably doesn't want or need anybody harassing her. So
Emotional abuse, which is all about the criteria, the tactics they use, such as mirroring, devaluation, and word salad, how you lose your confidence, why they always have to be right, and then things like Jennifer Frey's Darbo, brain fog, brainwashing, how to overcome things like anxiety. And then there is 50 rules to deal with narcissistic people, how to stay sane and break the chain with those you can't get no contact with. Healing from Narcissistic Abuse, a guided journal for recovery and empowerment, which is a guided journal. So there is for you to write in, and the guided prompts. And then Behind the Mask, The Rise of the Narcissist, which is the first in a 3-part series. If anyone is interested in any of those, they are all available on Amazon. Thank you very much for watching. Go out there and create the day that you deserve, because you do deserve to have an amazing day. Bye.
bye. But no, I think she's not think. I can tell that she knows what she's talking about. She's spot on. Well, you know, it's pretty funny. Pretty funny that you've never had a conversation with Snafu and he does what he does to you. It just tells you that he feels threatened by your presence and stuff, you know. So I'm definitely going to have to look into buying these books. I wonder if there's a link in her page. Let's see. I'm sure there is. Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, here's some the free online course help with overcoming trauma bonding. And you know, that's one thing that I noticed, that they use the buzzword. The women on the Panelverse would use it. They'd say that the people that are the victims of Snafu Snaps and the narcissist, they claim that they are trauma bonding. they reverse, they switch it up, and they try to use, you know, the information that shows who they are against you, and they label it with you. It's fucking insane, man. Yeah, I don't know what Tariq did to you. I don't know what Snafu did to you. You know, I can only imagine what everybody's own experiences were. I know for me, being on here for a mere 3 months, you see, it would be July, August, yeah, 3 months going on 4 months. It's been the worst 4 fucking months of my life in a long time. And I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. They're mentally ill, and in my opinion, people like this, there's no fixing. There's only one solution for them. Well, I would say 2. And the first one of the solutions, excuse me, isn't viable, because, you know, some of them would escape, and but putting them on an isolated island somewhere with sharks surrounding the entire thing, fence, or what, you know, I don't even know what, but to hold them accountable and put an end to their shit one way or the other would be a beautiful thing. But getting that done is another question. You know what I mean? Sounds like she's pretty spot on the money with the shit that she's saying. So I wanted to show the video of this idiot talking about this without having to go into my recorded videos to show it. It's not that important to me anymore. I do what I do, I say what I say, and if nobody accepts it for what it is, that's their fucking problem, not mine. Let's see, what else are they going to share up here? All right, let's see, focus. Well, I wanted to, oh, he's still alive? Holy shit. Let's see if he's still alive. It's gotta be. Did I turn the volume down? No? Oh, it's up here. That's right.
Is the definition of foolish. I'm not calling you stupid. Foolish is a different thing.
Here.
You can be very loving and caring and concerned about others and be foolish.
Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing that. Let's pull it back up again. Turn the volume off of it on the tab. Can't turn it back on.
But it was just something that was impossible. It wasn't going to happen. So my heart was telling me, help this person. Help them. Do anything you can. And what I was doing was hurting myself, and it wasn't really helping them. There was nothing that was going to get through to them. Nothing. Nothing. And I mean that. Doesn't matter your approach, if you're gentle, if you're tough love, strict, direct, indirect, if you're loving, if you go slowly, if you use comedy. I've tried every fucking approach you could ever imagine over the decades that I've been doing this. And you know what it is? You can't reach them because it's like they're on a different spiritual frequency. So your approach doesn't matter. You could be hilarious and comedic, putting the truth into comedy. You could be whatever. You could be the most creative at trying to explain the truth to them. It doesn't matter. You might as well be banging your head against a brick wall as hard as you can, hurting yourself. and you're cracking your head open, and it hurts. You're damaging yourself. You're concussing yourself, but you're believing that I'm going to get through to them, and you're just hurting yourself. You're damaging yourself. That's what happens in this realm all the time, by the way, everywhere.
King
With
Stephen
people that
calls
try
this
to
the
reach
hell
truths,
realm.
and they just have this belief, which is wrong. So-called truthers believe that they're just asleep, and we're, quote, awake, and they're asleep, and they boil it down to that. I think that's false. I think most of what these, quote unquote, truthers say is false. Now, do some of them have good intentions? Yeah. Do I know how many do? No, I don't. Do some of them have bad intentions? Yes. Controlled opposition? Yes. Shills, gatekeepers? Yes. They do. They do. It isn't similar. He stole from me, and you just keep coming here to troll my channel. I know exactly who that is. He's a creature. He's a creature that comes on. He creates false accounts, sock accounts. How the fuck would they know what a real man is? You're not listening. You're not listening. I said, you said
I don't even
Stephen
know
is
who
a
this is.
coward. Stephen is a snake. Stephen is a demon. Stephen's a demon. They're not demons. Stephen is this. Stephen is that. You've said all sorts of things. It's hundreds and hundreds of comments for months.
Stephen is a demon.
It's
Dude.
not one comment. I didn't get triggered because little Trexty made a comment, and I'm
Her
not
name-
able to respond except here. And then when I did,
Her name is Trexty. I don't know who she is, but she's more than likely, because King Stephen, he's a very intelligent guy, and he can see the shit that these guys are all about in the panelverse, and he's not their friend, and they harass him and fuck with him, and he fights back. Clearly, this person came onto her channel, and just watching her eyes back and forth and things, just looking at her, can tell that there's something fucking deeply disturbing going on in her head. That's really weird.
respond, all of a sudden you're like, oh damn. See, you wanted to be able to attack with no response from me. You can't handle the pushback. You can dish it out, but you can't take it.
Marlon, I didn't
Footprint
start
said, be
calling you a
quiet and you might
basic
learn something.
bastard or a
I
prick or
agree,
anything else.
Footprint.
You reduced it to name calling. I never did that
No,
today.
you
I was
did. Long before I made videos of you, you did the name calling. You started it.
But Stephen,
You don't want to tell the truth.
Are
You
we
did.
sick? Are we in?
But Stephen, he said, you started it long ago with the name calling, and for her to start out her sentence or her response is, but Stephen, means that she's disregarding everything that he's saying. But it is the interruption of your feelings. She's saying, but, like, as if she doesn't give a fuck.
School, is it? Are you
You know,
started
it matters
it.
who starts
Had to
things,
make that
because I
video.
never, hold
I
on.
had to make
I
that
never
video.
would have made
You-
any little videos about you had you not started shit with me. You know you started it. I had no issue with you. You were just somebody in a chat room. You've been
Stephen,
bitching about me. Look at your body language, man. You've been bitching about me for months, and you can't take it when I.
She can't sit still, and she's running her, he's right. King Stephen says, look at your body language. And she probably would have been a lot smarter, a lot better off by not being cammed up, so she could, get away with doing this without anybody seeing her doing it. But to me, I don't even know this chick, and I just sat here and watched her. With prior to this, I scrolled through here, I clicked on her, and I listened to her for a hot second, and that was it. But watching her for the length of time that I watch her, this chick is out of her fucking she's insane. Look at her. She can't even sit still. She can't look. She knows where the camera's at on her fucking computer. She can't look at it. She's all fidgety. Something wrong with this fucking woman.
Respond.
I
So you're
actually,
hearing the truth now, and you don't like it. You want to talk over and interrupt.
I interact
Okay.
with.
Well, let me see if kind of curious as if this is his. No, that's not it. So where's the link to get in here? Has he shared the link? Make the link public. This is the closest thing he did to a link. Let's see what that is. I don't think it's a link to get on his channel. I'd like to talk to him. I'm waiting for my week to pop up or to end so I can actually comment and say anything. They got a week window where you can't do anything unless you've been a subscriber for at least a week. Let me see if that. Well, look at that. I can. Oh, come on. What's going on here? Setting stage.
You have to answer the question. You have to answer the question. Otherwise, you get muted. You know that. I've said it. Why do you use so many different names? Why do you call yourself different names? Why are you hiding your identity? Justin, Daniel, use all sorts of different names. You try to come on here using Seth's name, Prince, different people that are.
Let's see if he lets me on.
Why are you such a lying troll? What's your problem? What's wrong with you?
I think I'm in the backstage.
Stephen, I have some issues.
Grown men in my real life. I've never encountered a man to get so.
You're not answering the question.
I can't.
You're not going to be on here then.
I can't hear.
Do you use so many different names? Why do you keep changing your name, using the names of my moderators, people in my chat room? Why do you impersonate people on my channel?
Can you hear this?
Because that's one of the only ways you would put me on the show.
Can you hear this in the background?
Who's this bad Apple Media or whatever? Who's this guy?
No idea.
What's up?
What's up? Who are you? I've never seen you before.
I'm just a guy that's I found you through the panel curse, and I know you from your King Steven thing, and I thought you were pretty funny when you were on playing Black Jesus and your characters that you play, and I figured I'd reach out to you to see how you were doing and shoot the shit with you if you were interested.
All right. I just wondered because there's been a lot of trolls and porn bombers that come here. That's the reason.
No, you want me to turn my camera on?
And I have to be careful.
I'm a normal dude.
Okay, you're a white guy. You're not a nigga.
No. No. I'm
well,
not.
there's one on the screen. Did you watch this guy when he came over here a little while ago? The Benedictless, I call him.
No, I was doing my own thing on my stream, talking about that dickhead Snafu Snaps, and I subscribed to you a while back. I not sent you, but I put a comment in one of your videos, and then I subscribed to you because I don't really subscribe to many people, but I said, I got to subscribe to King Steven. I think the fucking guy's hilarious, and then I started watching your streams, and I'm like, I really like the shit that this dude's saying, man, because he's speaking for me.
I'm a free spirit. I'm unfiltered. But I had this guy on the screen, this South African. He came over here and he was trying to call me a colonizer. I've never been to South Africa. He's like, you're a colonizer. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? My nigga. I was like, nigga, please. Nigga, please.
Well, I think
you didn't know what to say. You've never run into someone like that before.
I think you're just being. Yeah, he probably hasn't. I think he's labeling you because you're white, and he needs somebody to blame for apartheid or something. I don't know, but
yeah, I think he wants reparations from me for apartheid.
Well, send him a fucking box of
reparations.
Send us some
I'd
chicken and
hire him to
watermelon.
pick my cotton. Well, yeah, he could pick watermelons and pick my cotton for me and fill up some aspirin bottles. But I'm not gonna pay him any reparations for things I didn't do. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing to him. Didn't do nothing.
You didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing.
You didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing.
Yeah, that's funny.
Nothing is Nuffin. Nothing. Just
Right.
nothing.
And didn't is DIN.
Daniel, do you love the niggas? Do you love black folks? Daniel, it's on the. He calls himself Daniel. It's not his real name though.
The dude on
He's
screen
kind
right
of an
now.
insult pussy.
Listen, not all niggas are same. 99% of them are. 99% of them are same. I don't like them. Yeah.
You don't like them. You don't like watermelon
Why are you
wine?
such-
I don't.
Watermelon wine. Yeah, I don't like it.
What about fried chicken and hot sauce? We got the hot sauce.
How about some orange soda?
Fried chicken.
Orange soda.
Yeah, well, they love that grape soda. And
Yeah, I
like Kool-Aid. They love the Kool-Aid.
Hey,
Gotta
Kool-Aid.
get on my kids. My kids.
I seen that video you did with Dave Chappelle, where the Sonny D skit. I was like, I hate to say it.
He just wanted the grape stuff.
I hate to say it. Let me preface it with I'm not a racist, but there are some stereotypical shit that is, clearly something to point
I don't
out.
think any comedy is racism.
No,
I would
not
classify racism as hatred. And if it's good enough for Dave Chappelle to make fun of the black kid looking at that grape drink like he wanted it, he didn't want the orange stuff. He wanted that other stuff.
No, you didn't want
He
no
wanted the
Sonny D.
purple stuff. Yeah, he didn't want that. He wants the purple stuff. And he didn't get what he wanted.
Dave Chappelle says, "Look at that nigga in the back. That nigga in the back. Look at that purple shit."
You ever see that Dave Chappelle skit with the Nigar family? Nigar family?
Dude, what about what's his name? Huxley, the KKK member. We finally divorced his wife. He said,
Yeah.
after 35 years of marriage, why did you end up divorcing your wife? She's a nigger lover. That's
Dave would show up though at the nigger family. He'd be like, I know better than to keep you niggers away from your pork and your bacon and all this stuff. Oh, it's hilarious. I love those old shows.
Dave Chappelle
Daniel,
is the
did you
best.
watch Dave Chappelle's shows, or do you know what we're talking about? You're kind of an incel Gen Z, aren't you, Daniel? You're probably too young for this stuff.
Is he gone silent?
He's very quiet.
Daniel. Hey, Daniel.
Maybe he's afraid. Daniel, are you there? Are you afraid to speak?
Did he fall asleep? Are we boring him?
I just think he's kind of a Gen Z incel.
He might
So
be.
some of this stuff frightens him. He's kind of getting anxious, maybe thinking, "Oh, these guys, they shouldn't be talking like this." He watches Jake the Asshole channels and all that kind of shit. He watches absolute garbage shit. I call them shit channels, just with full of shit content. And they're always begging for shekels. They have their hand out saying, "Give me money, give me super chats."
Yeah, the shekels over truth. Definitely. No, I don't know where he went. Maybe he's a little offended that he thinks that we're like ganging up on him or something.
There's
I don't know.
another Daniel showed up. There's multiple Daniels now for some reason.
Where
Are you there, Daniel?
is he in the chat?
Yeah, he's backstage live. He's not. I don't think he's in the chat.
Oh,
I don't think he's ever typed in my chat. He just wants to talk live.
ah,
I am live. I'm live.
where are you at, Daniel? You in South Africa?
Me.
Where
Yeah, I'm from Oregon.
you're in Oregon?
Lake Osiwaku.
Where
Yes,
where
Lake
where are you
Oswego.
from?
Originally, I'm from Lithuania.
No, where are you originally from?
Originally from Lithuania.
Lithuania.
Where's Lithuania? It sounds like some shithole pissant country. Where is that? Is that a nice place? Why would you leave there if it's so nice?
Lithuania. I thought that was a Western European country.
Is it Eastern Europe or Western Europe, Daniel? Where's your homeland?
Lithuania is in the Baltics, brother. It's in the Baltics, and we have defeated the Vikings in our history.
No, you haven't. You never defeated the Vikings. You sound like Borat.
Nobody's ever defeated the Vikings.
He sounds like Borat. Is this Borat?
It's his
That
cousin.
Borat guy?
Check out the battles. Yes, we may have lost some wars, but we have won battle.
Are you Borat?
What the fuck is a Borat?
You don't know who Borat is? The movie Borat. The movie.
Well, it's exactly
Borat.
where I thought he was at. He's Eastern Europe.
I thought that was him. I thought it was Borat calling in. Because his name can't be Daniel. Your name's not Daniel. That's not a name from Lithuania, is it?
He's right where I thought
What's
he
your
was. Stephen, Lithuania is just north of Poland. He's over
it's
by.
north of Poland. I thought maybe the Polish were shitting down on the Lithuanians. It might be a toilet under Poland. You're north of Poland?
Yeah, he's north of Ukraine, and his border touches Poland. Poland has a border with Lithuania.
It's by Ukraine, so the Ukrainians have and Polish have nice looking women. Are the women ugly in Lithuania? What happened there?
Is there a big time delay?
Silent again.
Must be a big delay. He's exactly where I thought he was at.
If he's in America, why does he have shitty Lithuanian internet?
He's probably got Metro
why is his internet
PCS.
third world or Eastern European? Maybe he's got African. Are you there, Daniel?
He's got Metro PCS.
Where'd you buy your internet? In Tijuana, Mexico? Where do you have your internet? Where's your provider? Like what are you doing, dude?
I live in the foothills of Cascade Mountains. Beautiful nature, but shitty internet. I can't say about it.
How long have you lived in America? Because you have an accent like you.
It's very thick.
Sound like you just got off a boat and you arrived in America.
It's very thick.
Yeah, it's hard to understand him.
Actually, my sister is actually a professor in a college. So we have immigrated from the country Lithuania to up here. Yes.
Were you born in Lithuania?
I don't have any job right now currently, but I have to be.
Daniel, were you born?
Yes, I was born in Lithuania.
You were born in Lithuania? If you don't sound like a guy that has a Lithuanian accent. You sound like you have an African accent.
Yeah, he sounds like a mud hutter. He sounds like somebody that might be chucking spears in his spare time or something. This guy, you can't be living in Oregon, United States, can you? Are you mud hut during the day?
You got plates in your lips.
Primitive. I hunt.
I think the reason why you can't hear him, Stephen, is because he took the plates out of his lips.
Are you a lip plate wearer? You got the frisbee out of your lip? Is that what happened? Did you remove the big frisbee?
I made Stephen laugh.
What is this guy talking about? Like he says he hunts. What is he talking about? What do you hunt?
Inga binga bunga bunga.
Rabbits.
Rabbits?
Rabbits and fishes.
Clickets and rabbits?
Yes, rabbits, fishes.
You hunt rabid rabbits?
Nah, only rabbits.
Did he say he hunts fishes? Do you know what fishing is? Like fishing isn't the same thing as hunting.
No, I fish from animals from the river. Listen, I don't have proper English because I'm in Lithuania, and I really have much education about it, but you can ask me anything about maths related. You can ask me about science. I will give you the answer. I
don't think you know anything. No, dude, the way that you're full of ego, but the links that you share on my channel are absolute shit. Like, you come across like a moron zombie. You share links to Crater Earth and London McDouchebags type stuff, and you're just a moron. Like, you I think you're lost. Are you looking for the Alex Jones channel, or what are you looking for?
Alex Jones is just shit. Listen, anyone who gets...
I know he is. I think that's where you belong. You belong with the retards, the demon tards. You're in the wrong channel. Andrew Dice J would say, "You're a retard. You're a retard.
Hickory dickory dock. Daniel was
You're a retard."
joking my cat.
Yeah.
Are you retarded?
No.
Daniel.
Maybe I'm retarded because I always had some mental issues growing up. So
You say you know everything about science and all this stuff. You sound like a retard, though. When you drop your links and when you come on here and you steal, you copy, you try to impersonate my moderators, you do all kinds of dumb shit, like low IQ stuff. So you must be retarded.
Lithuania has one of the highest IQs in Europe. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter. There's still retards there. It doesn't matter. Even if your average IQ is higher. Are you one of the retards?
We are more blonde. Listen, we are more blonde or whiter than you can imagine. Okay.
If it's so great, what are you doing in America? Why would you move to America? To leech off your sister because she got a job? Why don't you get a job? You don't work.
I
You work?
have wild animals. No, actually, I'm very self-sustainable, and that's the reason I promote raw meat.
Where do you work? Where do you get your money? Where do you get your shekels? You don't earn any money, do you?
No, sister sends me to.
Your sister gives you an allowance? Did she build a house for you or give you a tent to live in?
Listen, I also have some bitcoins in Arsenal.
Are you
Bitcoins?
Nah,
Bitcoins.
hold it out.
You buy
Brother, you should come to my house. You should come to my house.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you can't even show your face on camera. Come to your house. You're just talking nonsense, dude. You're anonymous. You're an anonymous troll coward. What do you mean, come to your house? You've been trying this shit for how many months on my channel? What do you think would happen if I came to your house? After all this shit,
You better not go knocking on anybody's door. You'll be in big trouble. They'll make a big deal out of it.
Yeah.
I knocked on Tariq's door.
Listen,
You'd be calling for help.
Good is a
I
You-
don't trust this guy.
like
I don't think you're trustworthy. I think
I was
no, you're talking over to it. You're not going to do that here. You're not going to do that. You have a habit of doing that. I would fucking send you back to Lithuania, floating on a door on the ocean, and with no paddle, and no rabbit, no food, no rabbit, maybe half a watermelon, and that's about it. And maybe your sister could pack you a sandwich or something, if you're lucky. That's it. Like, I
Tuna
don't
fish.
respect you. You're a fucking lying piece of shit. You're an anonymous troll. You've used names of people on my channel, like Seth and others, recently.
Did you do that, Daniel?
Problem.
Daniel, did you do that?
Yeah, he did.
Daniel, did you do that?
He's a bitch.
Are you coming on this channel and you trying to pretend to be somebody you're not?
what did I do?
Have you? You can admit it. This is time to confess.
Can you say clearly?
True confessions. Speak up.
What?
Did you pretend to be somebody different and come into
Can you
Come
repeat
into
your
the-
question?
what?
Did you come here impersonating other people from my channel, my moderators, people in my chat? Have you done that multiple times, including just the other night?
Oh yes, I did it many times.
Why would you do that?
Because that's one of the only ways I can come inside the show, come to talk with King Stephen.
Why? Because you come in and you act like an idiot and he blocks your stupid comments and stuff, and then you come back and like a stalker.
Yeah. About 25 or 30 accounts so far. I think he's obsessed.
You got how much time you got in a day to make up YouTube
He
Gmail
doesn't
accounts?
Yeah, he doesn't work. This is all he does. Anytime I'm live, day or night, this guy's here.
He's like a Snafu Snaps from Lithuania.
Listen,
He's the Lithuanian Snafu Snaps.
finish the one. Listen, I already had job propositions come to me earlier on before in my life, but once I need to complete my university, I would definitely get a high-paying job.
What are you going to university for? What are you going to university for? What are you studying?
For my education.
What?
Yes.
What?
For chemical studies.
Chemical studies?
I must major in chem.
So what are you going to do? What kind of chemical studies are you going to go into? You're going to go into petroleum industry? You're going to make pharmaceuticals? You're going to make cleaning products for somebody? What are you going to do with it?
Most probably pharmaceutical industry, yes.
Oh, so you're going to take God's natural creations and turn it into petroleum-based poisons?
Nah, it will be natural. My products will be made out of raw meat as well. Raw, like, Liver King, sewage, goats.
He's a fan of every shithead on YouTube, like Goatus is a psycho. He's a fan of Jake the Asshole. This guy, why do you come to my channel? You love the psycho shitheads on YouTube.
Does it come to troll you?
They're psycho shitheads, no doubt. No doubt they're psycho shitheads, but they're true. Ignore the bone. Focus on the meat. I'm focusing on their meat.
Did you need attention? You got mommy and daddy? Did your mommy and daddy not give you enough attention? You need King Steven's attention? Huh?
He wants a father figure, I think.
Do you need El Diablo's attention because your mommy and daddy didn't love you enough?
El Diablo's his daddy. He wants
Dada.
El Diablo to be his daddy.
El Diablo is his dada.
He'll start talking like Snafu, saying "dada." That's what he'll do next. Daniel, you'll call me Dada.
Daniel, say dada.
Call me Dada. I'm gonna kick you off. There you go. He's learning slowly.
Yes, sir. Dada.
Say I love you, dada. I miss you. Tell him you love him and you miss him.
I love you, Dada.
And you miss him.
I love you, Dada. I miss you.
Oh boy.
Yes, I miss you.
Turn your camera on and type your address in the private chat for me.
You're gonna send you
We're good friends
a
now,
care
Daniel.
package.
We're good friends. Yeah, I'll send you a care package from Dada to Daniel.
No, I don't put it back to Kenya, brother. Please don't send
You
me
don't have to be afraid. We're good friends now. I like you now. You can cam up and you can send me your address. You don't have to worry. You've been a good guy. You haven't been harassing me or anything.
You haven't been a psycho stalker. He hasn't been a psycho stalker. He's only been a nut job stalker.
You're not afraid. You're not a fearful incel or anything, are you, Daniel?
I have fear. Fear is a good self-defense mechanism.
There's
Are
no.
you an incel? Have you ever had sex? Have you ever had a girlfriend or?
No.
You sound like an incel. You sound like you've never had a girlfriend.
Now, I did have one who used to like.
No. You said you never had a girlfriend. Don't change it.
No, I
Stick
didn't
with
have
your
girlfriend.
story. You never had a girlfriend.
Yeah, in between.
You never had a girlfriend.
They were trying to pick me up.
You
Yes,
live
I never
with your
had a girlfriend.
sister.
How old are
never
you?
had a girlfriend.
How old is Daniel?
My sister lived like in San Diego, so we are really far away.
Long distance relationship, huh?
No chick in San Diego would want you with that accent. Come on, dude. You're not fooling anybody. She thinks you're Borat in the fucking movies. San Diego. There's hot women there. They wouldn't date you. Come on. Get real.
How old is Daniel?
Me? No. Definitely one step further for Stephen to know about everything about me. Nah, because I already. Nah.
See, he's really scared. He won't even give his age.
How old are you, Daniel?
Daniel, you make all those videos about me, don't you? You're a pussy.
I don't know
You
who Demon Slayer is, but once I find Demon Slayer, I would make sure, like, whenever I watch his videos, it always makes a blood boil. I already told you before.
You make videos of King Stephen?
Hundreds.
What?
He does.
All right. What kind of videos does he make?
Bro,
Really weird
Demon
stuff.
Slayer has a very good English. Demon Slayer has a very good English. Do you think I can actually have that much of a vocabulary?
You have
You don't
limited.
know what his voice sounds like. He uses AI voices in his videos to hide who he is.
He has limited vocabulary for sure.
How old are you, Daniel? How long are you going to live with your sister? How long are you going
Listen,
to play these
I'm-
games? What if you get caught? What have you ever thought? What if I get caught doing all this shit for months or years, and you run into the wrong guy and it catches up with you? Then what are you going to do?
He's gonna call the police and cry victim.
How can I answer questions? I never in my life ever harmed anyone. Okay, not physically, not mentally, not spiritually. I'm only here to talk with you. Maybe my approach is wrong, but I have
You-
never actually did any harm to anyone.
You only
I can say that for sure.
you only harm people emotionally, right? You're an
And you are
emotional
just
stalker.
Listen, I apologize. I sincerely apologize to King Stephen. If I did,
I've told him he's not welcome here. I've told him he's harassing. He's obsessed. He keeps coming. I'm asking you a direct fucking question, Daniel. What are you going to do when it catches up with you? It might be a month, it might be a year, but what are you going to do when somebody finds you and finds out who you are and your sister and everybody? What are you going to? How are you going to handle things?
Stephen, you're the only channel I watch on YouTube. You're probably one of the only channels.
What? What?
I-
I'm sure you're lying. You're lying.
There's a million channels, and you watch just King
Yeah.
Stephen?
Total lie.
Can you let third party? Can you let me speak? I'm here to talk with King Stephen, and I would mention that I don't even watch Gotis that much. I only
You
watch
watch
some of the
Joshua's
old-
channel, Joshua's John. You watch
No.
Jack Talcott.
No.
You watch Frank
No,
Monday.
no.
You watch London. You're interrupting again, you fucking little piece of shit. You watch Jake the Asshole. You know what would happen in person.
Okay, 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, I will tell what the channels I watch. Okay, I watch Gotis Switch. Okay, I watch London McLovin, and I watch Jake the Awake, and I also watch They Live Truth. And probably
Jake the
Jack Talcott.
Asshole. This guy, the guy changes the name of his channel and like a sheep, he just follows along with it. You're a loser, dude. You're such a little fucking incel pussy. That's what you are.
Stephen,
You
think
don't
about
answer
it.
questions, do you? How about you think about this? I'm going to put you backstage for a second because you just keep interrupting. What are you going to do when a grown man is face to face with you? It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be me. It could be somebody else that finds you. It could be one of my fans. It could be somebody. I could hire a PI if I wanted to spend the money. have the
I
money
could
to
find
do it.
him.
And what would happen? What are you going to do when somebody faces you and says, "Oh, you're that fucking guy that harassed King Stephen for a year"? What are you going to do? Because you just play these stupid little demon games.
Stephen, I
What are
never
you
said
gonna do?
anything bad about it. I never.
Oh,
said
you've done a
dirty
lot
things.
here. Done a lot of harassment.
Stephen, why are you so unforgiving?
You're not answering the question. What are you going to do when that happens?
I will rightfully take my whatever. If I did some wrong, then I will rightfully take my punishment. Okay, take the consequences if I did anything wrong.
60 lashes.
I think anyone who's anonymous like you and does the stupid shit you've done deserves whatever this hell realm has coming for you.
My sister gives me pocket money every month. She
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Whoa, damn.
gives me money,
Your sister
And a
should
lot
be
of it-
told what you're doing.
and a lot of the money I give it to homeless people who are on the streets. Okay,
I don't believe anything you say. You lied over here so many times and you giggle. You're just a compulsive liar. I think you're a psychopath.
okay, don't believe
I think you're a psychopath. Keep interrupting you. See, you reveal that you're Gen Z. I don't know if you're 18, 20, but you're a young fucking mouthy little incel that interrupts. You don't have a girlfriend. You live with your sister. She gives you money. And you can't tell the truth about anything. You can't tell your real name, your age, show your face. You're a coward.
Stephen,
Is there
around the age of 20, when I was 20, I used to make my own money. I used to write articles on the internet, and
You're a coward.
companies used to
I don't
provide
care.
me money. Okay,
I don't
so
care.
I was
It doesn't matter.
I was independent. So you can,
Doesn't matter. You're a coward.
yeah.
That's what matters. I don't care how many shekels you earned, or that's irrelevant. You're a coward.
Yeah.
Yeah, your behavior shows you're not a man. You're a coward. You're a fearful little coward hiding who you are.
shekels
And
over
you keep
truth?
harassing me every day.
Shekels over truth, right, Daniel?
And I find it very funny that you are so wrong about the crater Earth theory. You mentioned about the crater Earth theory, right? It's factually correct. You never researched deep into it.
It's got a
Listen
Metro
to this melting
Metro
coward.
PC.
I'm still wrong.
It's got a Metro
You know what he
PCS phone.
believes? Have you looked into that, the crater Earth theory? He believes that we're living on something like the moon in a little crater.
What?
And they really don't have evidence. Yeah, that's his belief. And he's believing that because of London McDouchebag, this nigga that lives in London, UK, this big-lipped loser that puts together videos that looks like a third grader's school project. And this guy thinks that it's valid. And these videos that this guy watches are just pathetic.
What's his name?
Crater, London McLovin, I think, is the name of one of his channels.
London McLovin?
Yeah, it's his Daniel's Hero.
I'm going to try and look it up just to see. London.
He's a guy that wouldn't even admit. He was on my show one time. He wouldn't cam up, but he wouldn't admit that he's black, and his voice is definitely a black British guy. And I do have his picture. Somebody screenshotted it, sent it, and said, "Yeah, he's black." I asked him a direct question: "Are you black?" He couldn't admit it. He's kind of like Daniel. He's like, you ask him a question, he just changes the subject. Why are you such a pussy, Daniel? What's wrong?
London McLovin tells you. London
I
McLovin
can't even understand what you're
but you
saying.
never researched on radio.
Can't even understand what you're saying. I played some of his stupid shit right here. It's laughable. It's like a child did it in third grade. It's just pathetic. You're a fucking dummy, Daniel. You must be a moron.
Is it McLovin like the kid on that show, that movie? Like
I think that's where he got it from. Yeah, I think so.
London McLovin. Let me see.
It's Daniel's favorite channel. He loves that channel, and he loves Jake the Asshole.
London.
I'll see if I can find it. London, I think it's still called London McLovin. And then it's KJV. Okay.
Yeah, I
Comes
was going to
up
say
London-
KGV.
Yeah. He changed the name so it's comes up looking like this. London _, it's @ and then London _man.
Yeah, I got it.
We'll take you directly there. Yeah,
Go to his
he's a
video.
total weirdo, dude. He's made videos obsessively about me as well, this creature.
He's got
I call him a creature.
Macaulay Culkin up all his shit.
He probably wants to sleep with Macaulay Culkin. This guy's a total fucking weirdo. Look at this guy.
Skull Island, Holy A. Meet the
He will
Blockers.
say that we're living on a skull and that we're living on an eyeball and all this stupid shit. And he's just an absolute piece of shit.
Let me try and see a video. Pop up ... Doesn't have any real videos that give any indication what he's. I see one here that says triggered the Demon King. Is that about you?
Yeah, he calls me that.
It's a weird looking video.
He's a weirdo. London's a real weirdo. This is Daniel or whatever his name is. This is
What
his
the
hero.
Has he got a head in a toilet? Some Max Headroom type of shit here. Yeah. Some wild ass videos. It's pretty crazy. Is this a guy that makes video?
Yeah.
He's the guy that fucks with you?
He fucks with me. He makes videos about me, and I think Daniel does as well. I suspect Daniel is involved with London and Demon Slayer and all these different. But yeah, they think we're living in a fucking crater on the moon. That Earth is actually a moon crater. Or a skull or an eyeball. They kind of changed their whole theory from 1 week or 1 month to the next. They can't really decide
Right.
where we are. But it's all fucking insane shit. And they will say that debunks me, but it doesn't debunk me at all.
Yeah, people are
They
strange.
can't even prove their own theory. Yeah, they're very weird. So he's obsessed. Looks like Snafu came over here. Does Snafu have an issue or beef with you? Or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
he came over here and said, all caps, he said, "You do know this guy is dangerous on Tether. He won who went to Tarek's house, Stephen, after Tarek blocked him. But yes, this guy's dangerous on your panel. #Truthio," and then zebra emojis after that.
Oh, I don't see it. But yeah, he's
Maybe he's got you hidden.
he's a
I don't
fucking
know.
weirdo. Snafu Snaps.
He's got a lot of accounts.
He's my stalker.
Oh, he's been stalking you?
Yeah, for the last 3 years.
Oh, 3 years.
Yeah, off and
Goddamn.
on. And one of the last times he stalked me was on April 30th. I was doing a live stream, and he came in, or he didn't come. He can't get onto my channel because I got him blocked on social media. So he had my cell phone number, and he called me, running his mouth, and I told him if he didn't leave me alone, I was going to come to Arizona and kick his ass. And then he took my video of me saying that and went to the police. And he works for the government. He's a government snitch. He's like a pogo channel that he talks about. And then so Gilbert, Arizona police contacted the sheriff in I'm from Michigan. And he contacted the sheriff there, and they pressed charges against me for Snafu Snaps because he's a government agent.
Oh, wow. I had not heard that story.
Yeah. So he runs around the internet.
What was the charge? What charge did they, what did they name it?
Well, it's 2 misdemeanors. One is, I'd have to pull up. Let me pull up the actual charge if you really want to know. But it's something like threatening, misuse of electronic device, and then the other one is malicious use of an electronic device or something like that. But see, I was on my live stream, and he called me on my cell phone, and the charge is, kind of silly because I didn't contact him, and he called me with, bad intentions to trigger me because he claims he's a shock. He's a shock journalist, and he triggers people to get them to commit crimes. That's what he said. He was on Pauly Boy's channel saying some stupid shit, and on OTW's running his mouth. But that's what's.
So he's saying you're dangerous, but he tried to trigger you to threaten him so that you could get you charged and call cops. He snitched.
Right.
He's twisting it all around.
Right.
Trying to make you the bad guy. And then he bragged on Paul's channel about what he did.
Well, he goes on Paul's channel, and he was trying to get Pauly Boy to go on a website where a free website where he could track down somebody's mama's mama, so he could cyber stalk and harass them. And that's what Snafu does. You know, right now he's focusing on Landry, that Modern Men Lost Again dude.
Yeah.
He's focused on him, and he's harassing him every day. And you know, because he thinks he's got me where he needs me, you know. And let's see where the charge is at here. Oh, this is just a report. Oh, here it is. It's using a computer, the internet, for harassment or threats. That's one of the charges. And then I can't remember what the other one is because it's not on here. But yeah, I've known him for a long time, for about maybe over 6 years. And we were, I guess you could say, ironically, I guess I can't say, but I could say that we were somewhat friends. And then I stopped communicating with him because I realized that he was just an insane weirdo who was, you know, always threatening to commit, you know, to delete himself. And the last time that I really had any communication with him, he was in a mental institution in Arizona, and he was calling me every day, 4, 5, 6 times a day. And I just had to ghost him. And then after that, you know, hell hath no fury like a snafu snaps corn. So, yeah. That's what I get for playing on the internet, I guess.
Oh, damn.
But, you know, it's
Looks like
not my first rodeo. I'm on the internet trying to expose the demons for who they are. And he'll go on OTWs and just go ballistic and yell and scream at everybody that he's harassed over the years, like Hank Flamo. Shit, I can't even begin to name everybody. You're like Mad Mystic. I'm sure you've probably seen her. The Tariq, the T Reigns guy, he's harassed him. You know, Goblin Majesty. So everybody that's ever been harassed by him, they'll say, "Hey, you've harassed me. You've done this. You've done that," and you know, in typical narcissistic fashion, he'll accuse everybody of doing to him what he's done to them, and everybody else is crazy, but he's not. That kind of stuff, you know.
Brother, you just say Goblin Majesty. That's one of the funniest names I ever heard.
Well, I'm glad you found that humorous.
Goblin Majesty.
So, but yeah, that's kind of crap that Snafu Snaps does. He accuses everybody else of being exactly what he is, the typical Marxist bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel accuses everybody of not researching shit that's old news that I looked into years ago. Baby truther, low-level shit. And Daniel, I don't know what your real name is or what you look like, but I saw you invited Illuma Tommy. You say you have a ranch and you invited him. I think that would go well. I'm not friends with Illuma Tommy, but you should invite that armed meth head to your place. That would really...
Well, don't piss him off.
That'd be great. You're a real smart guy, Daniel. You're real smart.
Do you really believe I will invite that meth head into my ranch?
I don't think you have a ranch. I don't believe anything you say. I think you're just a complete liar and a coward because you can't show your face. And you lie about your name. I think you're a total fraud and coward. I think you're probably a scrawny little nerdy incel that's never had a girlfriend. You're probably ugly and scrawny and just a little lying weakling, little demon.
426 acres of land I have.
That's what I think you are.
His sister has 126 acres of land.
426 acres. And
He says
yes,
426. I don't think you have 400 anything. I don't think you have anything.
Whose is it?
This is in Oregon. You know,
I wouldn't be surprised if you're outside of a McDonald's on a phone using their internet right now.
oh, brother.
You giggle. Do you realize you giggle like a little girl? Like you sound like an incel. Your giggle was like, like you have no self-awareness, Daniel. I don't believe you. I just think you're a troll, and I think it will probably catch up with you one day. It's not going to be me; it'll be someone else that will catch up with you, and they'll find out what you're doing and all that you've done. I think you've probably done a lot of shit on the internet or fucking with people or crimes, probably. You might end up in jail. You might be in trouble, dude.
He could bunk up with Snafu.
Snafu what?
You could bunk up with Snafu. Yeah. You can make some hash oil in the hotel room.
Oh man, come on. I don't know. I just really wish I really wish Stephen, you would meet me private in my ranch.
The pool. Let's have a look. Let's see this. Environment plays out.
And therefore, who and what we are genetically. We know all that. You're doing fear porn. Well, this is for the Trump talk. That's the status. I love seeing their
You're
face.
lying about everything. You've lied about who you are from day one. You've lied about everything. I don't trust anything you say.
Okay.
I care for you about as much as an ant on a sidewalk. I just don't care about you at all. I just think you're a fucking liar. That's all you are.
Okay. Listen, man. Nobody cares about anyone who met on internet because we never had any physical contact. You can
No,
actually.
that's not true. That's not true. See, this is what psychopaths do. You're very much like Godus. There are people that do form relationships over months and years over the internet. So you're just a narcissistic, psycho, lying coward
Like
that hides
the-
your name, face, plays games,
Listen to this
impersonates
guy.
people, makes
Wow.
threats,
He's trying his
harasses
hardest.
people. You
He's
do all
trying
this
his
shit.
hardest. Let's listen to
I
him.
wouldn't be surprised if you
Ginger
did all kinds
Alex
of criminal
Jones,
shit
my nigga.
as well. Harassing
You be spitting
is the
some
way
truth
you
here
behave on here.
about
You don't have a
the
job. You spend all your time on the
America.
internet. So this is all.
Well, I
this
appreciate
guy
that,
does.
Black Jesus, but let's be clear.
If I'm in education, I'm
I could see how
now.
folks
How
could
would
draw
they
a conclusion that there's
education?
aspects of
I
me
don't believe
that
you. Why
correlate
don't you
with
put your
aspects
sister
of
on?
Alex Jones.
Put your sister
But
on.
Alex
Talk.
Jones just talks
Or your mom.
about these things. He doesn't have an
Is your mother
on-the-ground
there?
component. And there's many ways that we have shown that and can prove that, including
Why the
his
silence? You don't live
latest
alone.
and
Where's your
most
parents?
devastating court
Can you put your
presentment,
parent
where he
on?
hired
Your
an
sister?
attorney to basically lose the case for him, and was hit with all types of fines and fees. As you may or may not know, I've been to court many times, and I actually get results. I don't
scared
hire
little boy.
attorneys. I stand for what's true and correct. When I
What, pool game?
Maybe
He's just a scared little incel.
maybe he's watching an old video where you're Black Jesus. I'm
He
watching.
might be.
I'm watching it
He
on.
might be attracted to Black Jesus. That might be. He wishes Black Jesus was his boyfriend in jail or something. In jail cell. I don't know. That guy's creepy. He's used so many names on here. He'll never say what his name is. He has 40 or 50 accounts. He's just obsessed with me.
It's pretty crazy that anybody has 4 or 5 accounts, let alone 40 or 50. You know?
And it doesn't work. And he's on day or night. If I start a live stream, if I'm live at 3 a.m., if I'm live in the afternoon, if I go to sleep some night and wake up early in the morning and it doesn't matter. He's here every time. He obviously doesn't have a job.
That's
He
pretty.
doesn't do anything.
That's pretty crazy.
And they lie. They'll say they're at work or they'll say they're in university. He's not the only one. There's tons his age that this is all they do. They're on the internet 24/7 on YouTube and Discords talking. This is their whole life. They don't work. They don't have any money. He has to get an allowance. His sister gives him pocket money or whatever. They make up lies about having 400 acres and all this kind of shit. They'll lie about their houses. They'll lie about having girlfriends. It's become a culture of liars.
Well,
That's what social media has created, in a sense.
yeah, I think that there's more to it than just guys who got nothing better to do on the internet. I think it's it may be a little deeper than that. That could be, you know, spitballing here. Let me see. Could be like community policing in your local town where it's now on the internet and they're on here for Big Daddy or something. Who knows, man? You know, because it's really weird that there's a lot of people who have nothing better to do but spend 24. It's like half of the Panelverse. Same thing. No matter what time of the day, you know, you go on there and it's the same people over and over and over again that are in these chats.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And then when they get called out, they'll respond like Jeeps responds. When I say, Jeeps, do you ever miss anyone's live stream? It's not that I see them all, but whenever I go anywhere, she's there.
Right.
She's on Talcott's at a certain time. She's on Polly's. She'll be, if Landry, Modern Men is live, or this one or that one, or OTW, you go anywhere and you'll see Jeeps, you'll see Bex, you'll see these familiar names in the chat.
Yeah, Cynthia.
They don't have a job. They don't have a life. It's just impossible. They lie about it and say, oh, I do this. Well, you're always on every live stream. You never miss not just one channel's live stream. There's like 10 channels. They're everywhere.
It's like,
it might not be all the same person on the account, but it's just, it's their life and they won't even admit to it. None of them will say that this is their life.
Could it be, you're right. Could it be that we're being played by AI who is the same entity in multiple avatars of like no matter where you go, you know, Bextra Large will be in 5 different. It's like you know, having a character like you know, like somebody's dressed up in a SpongeBob character and they're at every Chuck E. Cheese in the country at the same time, you know. And it's not one Chuck E. Cheese or one character. It's a million different people playing one character, you know?
Yeah.
So
it's a possibility.
It's a psychological operation, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I think there is some of that going on for sure. I think.
Right.
I don't have the hard evidence to 100% conclusively prove it, but I agree that that's a real possibility that shit's going on with the Panelverse.
Right.
Based on what I see going on, there's some of them that they're all over the place. And why would they devote that many hours, day after day, night after night of their life to it, if they weren't getting something out of it? Pay, working for some agency, doing something other than just sitting there in the chat commenting.
Right. Pointless, valueless commenting. Yeah. Like smear campaigns. You know, I pointed this out on my channel a while back, and I've been digging into influencers. You know, me myself, I've been paying attention to their behaviors and their patterns and things of that nature for over 10 years, and I've noticed, you know, some obvious patterns where those patterns have led me to a recent connection to gang stalking, and it coming from the streets, like how they have programs like back in the, you know, the 50s, 60s, and 70s. The FBI had a program called COINTELPRO, where they would infiltrate groups and stuff like that, like biker gangs and like the Ku Klux Klan, and try to pretend to be one of them to gather intel. And they, like Project Mockingbird, they claim that it's, you know, they ended that program, wink wink.
Yeah.
And now
I did look into all that too. I know what you're saying.
Well, now it's a program through the FBI called InfraGard. And I did a video on my channel the other day about it, because I've known about it for a while, and I've been kind of sitting on the information. And the community policing programs are pretty heavy, where they take people that were in jails or people who were like facing charges or whatnot, or it could be just somebody who worships government, you know, like people who suffer from authoritarian personality disorder, where, you know, they think that the government is their god, and they'll do anything to, facilitate the overlord's overall plan, and they'll join these programs, and they'll stalk neighbors and people on the street, and it's become very, very intricate and very elaborate through social media and technology, and the ability to coordinate their efforts to harass people, and I believe that it's came onto the internet, and that's where the new stalking protocols have perched themselves, so to speak.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I've looked into that a bit with some that seem to be felons running YouTube channels that popped up after they got out of prisons and stuff like that. Are you live right now, Bad Apple Media?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you're streaming this live.
Well, I'm not. I got my phone. I'm not like streaming it right now. I don't think I got. I don't. Nobody watches me. I'm shadow banned. But it's probably my stalkers. It's probably Snafu in here, and like maybe a few of his pals, because I believe that Snafu Snaps is one of the biggest ringleaders of the gang stalking community. And can anybody hear my voice on your channel, or am I backstage?
No, everybody hears you.
Okay.
But I was just checking out your channel. Are you friends with Leslie or Origins of Beingness Attainment? That big, what would I call her?
She said you called her a demon.
No, I'm not sure what to call her. She said I called her a demon.
She put in the chat, she said Steven is another narcissist and called her a demon and more. He said that you're afraid of her, and she didn't want it. I met her through YouTube, and she says that Snafu was harassing her, and I don't really know her. I know I've talked to her a few times, and people that I haven't known for a long time have popped in. I don't personally don't have an issue with her per se, and I don't really have an issue with really anybody except for the people who gang stalk me, which is Snafu Snaps and mainly him. I had a issue with a few other people that I think I might have resolved a little bit, to a degree. I don't know if it'll remain or it'll continue to be on the peaceful side, but since Snafu Snaps did what he did to me, called me and harassed me on my phone, called me and then called the cops on me. That happened in April, and then my life has been fucking hell ever since the Panelverse. I metaphorically describe it as me just minding my own business, like just walking down the street, and the Panelverse van, a panel van from the Panelverse showed up, and Snafu Snaps opened up the side door and was wearing, the black mask, and kind of like those Zebra Crew guys when they play the Strike Team Go song on OTW, the masked up guys, and you really can't see them, and they're in zebra outfits. Like, they grabbed me up and they threw me in the panel van, and I've been stuck in the Panelverse, for a little while. I'm trying to get away from it.
I'm not afraid of Leslie. I'm afraid of her grocery bill. I'd imagine that would be pretty scary, a big amount. But she's a big, well, I don't want to be mean here, but Leslie, I'm not scared of you. I don't hate you. I would even send you a care package with shampoo, conditioner, maybe a lady's razor for that mustache. I would help her out. She's got some, she has some issues. I can't do much about her chin and her neck, but she's been mouthing about me for years. She got kicked off my channel for spamming the comments. She would leave 20 freaking comments. I don't allow anybody to do that on a video. I don't have time to go through 20 long paragraphs of comments that are 3 paragraphs and just pages of shit telling me that I'm wrong about this, wrong about. I just don't like when I post a video. I don't mean live streams. I mean videos that are recorded, and I go to check my comments on my channel. This was years ago, and it was just her leaving like 10 comments, 20 comments. I was like, what the fuck is her problem? Who is this?
Right.
Telling me that I'm wrong about all this, trying to run my channel. I'm like, bitch, you don't run my channel.
Right.
Nobody here does. Nobody. So that's why I kicked her off years ago. She's been yapping about me for about almost 3 years now. Over 2 years.
I hear you. Well, I just met her.
Real boss.
Yeah.
Bossy.
Yeah. I just met her. I met her through Venus Cupcake or whatever her, you know Venus.
I don't know her, but she's had issues with me ever since Baxter Large said about things about me. She doesn't know me at all, Venus. I don't think she's watched any of my content.
Right.
But she's a big mouth as well. I don't trust her.
Right.
I don't trust the Panelverse women. They seem to be, most of them are just, well, they're almost like female, I don't know what, two-faced Janices, basically. They're just not trustworthy. They'll pretend to be your friend one day, and the next day or next week, they're bashing you in secret somewhere, and then they get caught, and they're like, oh, no, I didn't do that.
Right.
They're just not honest people. I like honest people. That's who I surround myself with. But she's been mouthing about me all over the place, saying that I'm afraid of her. I'm not afraid of her. Not at all. Why would I be afraid of her?
No, I don't know all the way that I describe it. Since being yanked into the panel ban from the Panelverse with the zebra outfitted masked men that have held me hostage, so to speak. I'm learning the dynamics of who and the whats and the wheres and the whys, like who's aligned with this one, who's aligned with that one. And it's really confusing. And
well, she says that I'm not a being. Leslie will say that I'm not even a being. She'll say, because I call myself a spirit, say I have a spirit, she'll say, no, soul is real, spirit's wrong, Stephen is a spirit, which means he's not this. Like, she's just wacko, dude. I mean, she belongs in a freaking asylum. And there's quite a few people that see that with Leslie and agree with me.
Well,
so with Leslie, she's off her rocker. She should stick to just going to McDonald's and filling up on McDonald's and junk food. And I don't know, she's about 400 pounds of no brains.
Well, that's an unfortunate, health hazard for anybody. Hell, I was 300 pounds probably 6 years ago. I was kind of going through the same shit that I'm going through right now, where YouTubers were gang stalking me, and I was unlawfully arrested, maliciously prosecuted, and going through all that. I would turn to comfort food and whatnot, and I gained a lot of weight, and I was 300 pounds, and I was a fat bastard. And so I beat all that. I was dealing with it. My life was getting pretty good. I lost 100 pounds. I got down to like 200 pounds. And then here comes round 2 of this bullshit. And, so I don't want to be, I don't want to gain weight again.
Fatties, though. I'm not going to lie. I do make fun. I'm pretty honest. I'll say what I do. And I do make fun of the fatties in the Panelverse. She looks like she ate a 300-pounder. She looks like she ate a 300-pound meatball. I mean, goddamn, Leslie, if you're gonna run your mouth about me, I'm gonna fire back on you. Every time she sees me anywhere, she'll mouth about me. She even gets a sniff that I've been on a channel as a guest. She'll start running her mouth. I don't like that kind of stuff.
Right.
I never talk about her unless I see her talking about me.
No, I hear you.
People will let me know. Yeah, she's talking about you again.
Well, see, I get it. I'm trying to make it clear to everybody that I'm encountering at this point, because I'm new and I don't plan on sticking around on the Panelverse. Trust me, I'm not making this my home at all. I'm just dealing with it for the moment while I have these charges that I'm dealing with. But in the meantime, there's a lot of infighting, and this person hates that person, and so forth, and it's hard to remain neutral because people expect me to take a side or to be loyal to them or whatnot. And my
don't
loyalty,
expect that at all. I'll put
right,
that right out there. I don't expect that from you or from anyone that comes on here.
right. Well,
I wouldn't say take a side, take my side. I just say what I've gone through, or what I think, or what I see.
right.
And I'm not somebody that says take a side but I always thought Snafu tried to portray himself as a tough guy, and here he is snitching, calling the cops on people.
Well, he's claiming that he's scared of me. He's
He said
scared.
he was scared of you.
Well, he's in fear.
And I don't want you to get in trouble by saying anything.
No,
so do be careful.
no.
Like I don't
No.
want you to say something that harms you.
No,
But I'm
I'm
just
good.
putting this out. I know he's watching this. He's tried at certain points to call me beta. He's made comments about me and he said that he could do this to me. And I just like, Snafu, what are you doing? Like, if you're going to be a tough guy, you can't be calling the cops and snitching on people and doing this kind of shit. It's one or the other. You can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you can't do that, dude. Like, it doesn't even add up at all.
Well, I agree with you, and that's the same thing I've been trying to tell him, is that you're acting like you're Billy Badass, but you're acting for he's content that he's producing. He's saying it, we're the new world order minus Hulk Hogan and the police state, and they're eating babies, and by the way, I live on Social Security disability, and I want the police state to protect me from a bad apple, me, and I'm like, really, dude?
Disability. He gets a check, or he gets a disability for something.
He's on Social Security disability. He gets like 900, and probably it might be close to $1,000 now, since maybe 975. I don't know, but it's somewhere around $1,000, probably a little less. But he got that back in I think it was 2020
a week, $900
a month.
Oh, a month.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And
damn.
And he depends.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he got that money because he claims that he's got some autoimmune disease that's causing him medical issues, but there's rumors out there that he caught syphilis while he was in prison, and he's in
I heard those rumors.
So
I never heard him confirm what it is, why he goes to the hospital all the time. I don't know. I've never heard him say what it is.
To get his pus-filled head drained.
Oh, they got to drain his head?
He's got pus-filled head. His head is.
Shit.
So, and everything, if you looked up the symptoms of stage 4 syphilis, everything that he's got going on is pretty much, coincides with that. But he'll tell you that it's some autoimmune disease, that he's got cellulitis, dissecting celluloid. He says he's got dissecting cellulitis, but that stuff is usually constrained to different parts of your body. But he's had skin grafts. At the time, that we were supposed to be friends, I really felt bad for the guy, and I cared, that he was going through shit, and because I'm a very good person, pat myself on the back. But one thing about me is that I represent truth, and I don't like liars, and I don't like phonies, and most people can't handle that. And so nonetheless, when it comes to that guy, he calls me a dangerous man, and he says other people are dangerous. This has been going on ever since I've known him. He calls anybody who opposes him or goes against what he believes, or whatever it is, that they are dangerous. And for me to refer to me as a dangerous man, I believe it's only because I know the truth on what he's about, and I have information that I could reveal about him that he wants to be silenced, that he doesn't want nobody to know. And frankly, I don't give a shit what he does on the internet. I don't care if he traipses around the Panelverse and calls everybody pedo pogo and conducts his so-called shock journalism, as long as he leaves me the hell alone. But for some reason, he's in love with me, and he needs my attention, and so here I am.
Yeah, it seems like he wants your attention because he usually doesn't come to my channel or type anything in the chat. I mean, he has before, but it's not. I could go weeks where I don't see Snafu coming around here. So that was a little bit strange when he came over and typed in all caps about you.
Well, you want to
saying
know?
that you were dating.
You want to know why he came to your channel and said what he said to you? Is because he's watching my live stream and he knows that I'm watching your live stream. He stalks me on my channel. Everything that I do on my channel, he's waiting and lurking in the bushes for me to say something, anything that he can say. He's talking about me, and then he'll clip it, record it, and send it to law enforcement.
Oh wow, yeah, that's why I'm saying you should be careful about what you say to him. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I'm just trying to look up for you.
No,
you're new to my channel.
I appreciate it. Yeah. No, but I'm very, very confident in the fact that I have committed no crime and I'll be, you know.
I'm not saying you have whatsoever. I'm just saying, you know.
No, not tonight. I mean,
some people can kind of get under people's skin. Maybe there's a better way of putting it, but there's some people that just, you know what I mean. But anyway, Snafu has said things about me, not recently, but over the last year or two, and there's been times that he's tried to rub me the wrong way or say certain things or just I don't know. I don't know about that guy. Maybe syphilis. Maybe he does have syphilis. Maybe it went to his brain. I don't know the situation. I'm not claiming to know his medical issues, but
I don't either.
I don't trust the guy. He was on Baxter Large's channel hyping her up as she was bashing me. He was saying that, they underestimate you, Bex. You're this, you're that. He's hyping up an obsessed creature. She's been obsessed with me, obsessing over me for years. I don't trust the guy because he flip-flops, so he knows that. He knows that I see that he flip-flops. He supports somebody one week, he's against them the next.
Yeah, I think that's weird. That's really weird that people, he and others that are in the Panelverse do that shit. It's like, really? I've never. If I don't like you because I see that you have a terrible character and you're not a trustworthy person, I want to separate myself from you. Period, and never want to. You know, it's like, how's that saying go? That, you know, like a meme. I heard you say you made memes. You may have made one where it says that, you know, getting back with my ex-girlfriend is like selling my shit at a garage sale and then wanting me to go and find it again or something like that. You know, that not you made that, but that's a saying, you know, like, you know, why would I want my old shit back from a garage sale, you know?
Yeah, I didn't make that one, but I wouldn't want, especially someone that, let's say, was betrayed or even a former friend or someone that you thought was a friend, they stab you in the back. I'd never just want that. How can you go back?
Right.
It's like, well, they already showed they're capable of stabbing me in the back. Why would I want them back? I don't want them back.
that would make that would make you crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a fool as well. So
right, exactly.
Yeah, there's no point in taking that. So as for them, I mean, there's lots in the Panelverse that I would never trust again, based on what they already did. I was a kind-hearted person and gave, let's say, Baxter Large chances. She was here for months, on stage here, talking with me live many times back then, years ago.
Right.
But she showed that she's not capable. It's not just that she betrays. She's not even capable of being loyal, not just to me, but to anyone.
Right.
I've seen her betray so many others. So it's a pattern with her. It's like the behavioral pattern's right there. She's betrayed everybody that gives her a chance and tries to be friends with her, tries to be kind to her, lets her in their life at all, talks with her, and she will stab fucking anybody in the back. And it isn't even for money. It's not like she's Judas getting 30 pieces of silver. I think she's doing it for free. I don't even think she's paid. I don't even think she's COINTELPRO. I think she's just doing it because she's just a nasty, that cannot be loyal. I think she's just a psycho.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. She might be making money, though. That's the other thing. I'm open to what you suggested earlier. And when people say they could be getting paid for being on here, they very well could be, because she doesn't work. So how does she buy her groceries? Is she on disability like Snafu? Is she getting a government check? If not, how does she pay her rent, her groceries, which would be no small bill.
Right.
I mean, she's no small being. So yeah, you got all this stuff to pay, and if she's almost never working, see what she does is she says she works for months and saves up and then lives for 6 months. Well, what job just allows you to, what restaurant or warehouse or all the different things allows you to just work for 3 months and go, okay, you're taking the next 6 months off, Bex? No problem. We'll hire someone else. They don't do that. I've never known a fucking place that'll accommodate that.
Right.
Where she's not on maternity leave. She's a menopausal, close to 6-year-old woman. So they let you just take 6 months breaks from a job and say, you're still with us, but don't work for the next 6 months. Take it easy. Live off your savings. Like she claims, what she claims doesn't add up. That's what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, see, there's other claims that there's a handful of big, members or gang stalkers that are like the leaders, and they'll recruit, unknowing and unsuspecting individuals to join their crusade, where, they're facilitating the mission, so to speak, and they're not getting paid other than, the satisfaction of their own, demonic cravings, where they're participating in something that they couldn't do on their own unless they had this network of people that are facilitating it, and they can, get their rocks off doing it without getting paid, or they're like being held hostage, so to speak, by the government. Like, what if you don't do this, we're going to put you back in the cage, and things of that nature. So there's options for these people, or incentives, I should say, for them to participate or to have their involvement, whether it's for self-preservation, or it's for financial gain, or it's just for their own demonic cravings, But until you pull back the curtain and find out who's, yanking on the strings and pushing the buttons and pulling the levers, you don't know. All you can do is observe and report, which is what I do, and I gather intel, and I put it in my memory banks, and I go, oh, this one and that one, and this one's doing this, and aha, I see. And so I see Snafu Snaps, he's really evolved from what he used to be when I was actually associating with him. Never met him in person, only spoke to him on the phone. And I actually got I got a box the other day from Verizon Wireless, where I got all of my detailed bills from the last so from January 2018 to now, to get my detailed billing to show people how much I actually communicated with this clown, because he tells people that we weren't friends and I'm a liar, and he's the biggest piece of shit that there is, and I've met a lot. I've been to prison before, right? And I was friends with people who murdered people. I'd rather be friends with people who murdered people than be friends with people who molested people. You know what I mean? So, Snafu Snaps, I can honestly say, is probably the most demonic, evil, sadistic fucking person I've ever met in my life. And that is the gospel truth coming out of me right now.
Yeah, that's something. Maybe that's why he seems to like Bex, because she seems to be very demonic. She seems to get off on trying to harm others, betray them, set them up, pretend to be their friend, then try to stab them in the back. Seems to be part of her thing. I don't know if she's getting paid for it, but she seems to get demon-gasms, like she gets off on it.
Right.
She's just like getting these kicks out of it. She's been doing it for years. So they seem to be on again, off again friends. I don't know if I can call them friends, but
acquaintances, associates.
Over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was bashing me for like an hour, just raging, saying he's a fucking piece of shit and all that stuff, which is fine. I don't care if she rages. She could have a stroke raging over me if she wants to. If she wants to rage, she doesn't have to take her streams down or hide them. I don't report her stupid shit. She could rage about me in her live streams from now till the end of time. I don't care. But he was over there kind of supporting in the chat room, I noticed.
Yeah,
I saw that zebra over there saying, you know, oh, they underestimate you, Bex, and you're good at this and this, hyping her up and just kissing up to her. So yeah. There's something going on.
There's definitely a network there, and he lines himself with anybody that he can. If he sees a mental weakness in somebody, he jumps all over them like stink on shit and tries to befriend them and make them feel as if, you know, he's their ally. And what I'm not trying to talk about snafu snaps, you know, but I'm sitting here with a tether on my fucking ankle and facing, you know, a potential jail sentence because of this guy. Not that I'm worried about it, but you know, people say they call me a crybaby. Well, I'm probably I'm the only person that I know of on the panel Curse or anywhere who is actually facing some sort of criminal charges because I said something. There was no intent. There was no malice. There was no furtherance of my statement. I didn't get in my vehicle and pack a bag or book a flight or, you know, get on a Greyhound or hit Amtrak or even hitchhike on the side of the road with my stick and a fucking handkerchief full of my belongings to go find Snafu Snaps in Arizona to kick his ass. You know, it was, you know, partly hyperbole and, you know, satire and, you know, artistic expression from my YouTube channel, and part frustration of being gang stalked from this guy. And he elicited this reaction out of me, knowing that I would probably get triggered, as he says, through his shock journalism. And so he's, you know, and part of this, in Co-Intel Pro and the modern day version of InfraGard through the FBI, you know, in these community policing programs throughout the country, is basically gang stalking programs, and law enforcement are okay with it. They want this. It's business for them. If you go out and get somebody to commit a crime so we can prosecute them and give ourselves a purpose, you know, and this is now I call, you know, law enforcement and I say, hey, I'm not the one who's this guy. There's evidence all over the internet, his own words, his own videos, his own shit. There's hundreds of people saying that he's harassing and stalking and threatening them and whatnot. And the cops are like, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Right? Well, if there was nothing you can do about it, why am I sitting here with a fucking tether on my ankle? You know, it's because I'm not part of the gang stalking program. I'm not part of InfraGard. So I'm on the outside. I'm or maybe you or anybody else who they can get to. We are the targets of their mission. And if they can get to me or anybody else, they've succeeded. And, you know, that's where I'm at. And I'm not concerned. I'm not worried about, you know, me getting a conviction, because I'll never plead guilty. That'd be silly as hell. But I got one of the best attorneys in Southeast Michigan. You know, I've known the woman and her father for, you know, 40 years. And the last round of my gang stalking that occurred through another associate of Snafu Snaps, this attorney that I have now was the one who got the charges dismissed, and I'm actually suing the county that facilitated this. And that's probably partly why the county that is involved in prosecuting me now is, you know, the law enforcement community sticks together, you know. So if one county can get the other county to harass me on their behalf, then, you know, they're 2 steps ahead and I gotta catch up or be left behind, you know. And it's nothing I'm not used to. You know, I've been a target of law enforcement all my life. You know, friends of mine have been targets. If I explained that, you know, or I get told stories to people, they'd either say, "You fucking nuts, man. It ain't true. There's no way that's happening." Or people would say, holy shit, wow, that's crazy. That I can't believe that they've gotten away with it for this long. Well, when you have an entire network, you have all the resources, you have everything you need. Who am I? I'm just a guy with a camera on the internet. You know what I mean? And trying to tell my story from me being set up by law enforcement 25 years ago and being sent to prison for a crime that I wouldn't normally commit or have the propensity to facilitate, doing a favor for a friend who was literally just saving his own ass, and I didn't know it. Well, I ended up going to prison because I wouldn't become a confidential informant for law enforcement. And that's, you know, put a further target on my back ever since then. And then, especially if I come on the internet, you know, 20 years later to talk about it, they're not happy about that because I'll expose their dirty deeds, and that's a big no-no.
Yeah, there's a lot of demonic shit in this realm, and I don't even want to get started talking about law enforcement, but good luck to you on your lawsuit. I do hope that you win that suit or whatever you file.
I got 2 of them actually.
Okay, I hope you win both of them, both those lawsuits.
Yeah.
I wish you well, and yeah, I didn't even know that you watched my channel or that you must have subscribed or whatever recently.
Well, I did. I was on OTW's channel telling the story about Snafu Snaps and what he did, and then you came on right as I was getting off, and you were doing the Jewish character, and you were going hello, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? And you had the whatever. So, and as I was getting ready to go to work, I was listening to you, and you had me laughing my ass off, man. I'm like, this fucking dude's funny as hell. And so I didn't know who you were. I just knew you as King Steven from your avatar. And then Snafu Snaps had actually tagged you in a post that he made. And I was like, El Diablo. And I found El Diablo when I started looking into the Panelverse and gathering names of channels to see what the Panelverse was about. I came across El Diablo Radio, and I was like, okay. And I never, I didn't go to all these channels and check them out. But when Snafu tagged you in it, I'm like, well, let me go see who this is. And I pulled it up, and I heard your voice, and I go, oh, that's that King Steven dude. And so I was listening. I don't know what video I was listening to, but I was like, holy fuck, he's got some really long videos here, and I'm like, so I went through your catalog a little bit, and I found a little shorter video, like a 5-hour one. And I said, you know what, I'm going to listen to this video, and I'm going to watch the whole thing and listen to it. Well, I listened to it while I was at work, and I found myself agreeing with pretty much everything you said. And I'm like, I kind of like this fucking dude's content, man. He's saying the right shit, and so I subscribed to you, and I actually commented in that video, which I don't remember which one it is, but it's the 5-hour and some change. And yeah, so that's why, and then I seen you live, and I was like, I tried to comment in your live, and it said that you can't comment unless you've been a subscriber for 7 days. And I'm like, damn it. I guess I got to wait 7 days to comment live.
Yeah, I get so many trolls. I used to get a lot of trolls, bots. Some people would flood my channel with like a whole bunch of bots. They pulled shit so that the chat, they would try to ruin it for everyone. And then they would create fake accounts, sock accounts, and it would just become like hateful trolls coming here.
Right.
So I made it so people had to be subscribed. This is Bex. Have you looked into the aspect that some of these might not be even what the gender, like the sex they claim to be, where there's people that think that Bex might be a dude.
Well, I heard that. Yeah.
And you look at that, it doesn't quite look right. Like it looks like a lot of people that it looks too masculine. It just changed the hair a little bit, maybe, and it's kind of got a puffy face, but if it lost a bit of weight, it might even look more like a guy.
Right. Well, I was hearing the rumors or the chitter chatter that, you know, Bex was, you know, kind of a confused individual. And I don't know much about the Panelverse, like I said, and I agree with you. You know, the looking at, I've never seen a picture until just now, and I'm like, well, damn, I'm sitting here trying to focus. I'm like, hey, you know.
But you wouldn't want to wake up with one morning with that next to you. You'd be like, what did I do last night? What did I drink? You'd be like, what the fuck? Who is that?
There's not enough beer. There's not thick enough beer goggles in the world to get you to do something like that. and so, and actually, I feel pretty good if I can make you laugh. So.
That's funny. Yeah, I agree. The beer glasses from here to China still wouldn't be. If I had those over my eyes, I wouldn't choose that. That's incredible. Like, that's just like, oh man.
Right.
I think it might be both sexes. I think it might be intersex. There might be like a penis and half a vagina or something down there. I might have both sex organs or something.
Maybe Baphomet style with a penis and breast. I don't know, but
it could be.
I didn't know.
Worship that for a reason.
Yeah, I didn't know who and I'm getting to the point where I call Bex it. I didn't know who it was until one night I was on my live stream bitching and moaning and crying, as they say, about, you know, what I'm dealing with, and Bex came on, and I seen that name before, and I let it up, and we had a couple hour conversation, and it did most of the talking, and I thought, it was a pleasant conversation as a conversation goes, and it wasn't just some, silly ass conversation about nothing, like a Seinfeld type of thing. And then that was the end of it. And it sent me its email address and said, yeah, reach out to me, whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't really email too much, very rarely. And then 2 days ago, I got on OTWs, and it was Modern Men Lost Again was on there. Was it Dick? I think it might have been Dick, I think, and whatever. But we were having a normal conversation. I guess you could say maybe it wasn't normal, but having conversation about Charlie Kirk and whatnot, and just nothing. I wasn't whining and crying about, I call him the jackass zebra. I wasn't whining and crying about him or talking about it because, I don't care. I kind of go on there to trigger him because he doesn't like the fact that I go into his space. And, he says I'm stalking him. Well, I go on there and I found that these guys on the Panelverse will unite, and they will gang up on you in ways that it doesn't appear that they're ganging up on you, but they'll let somebody backstage, like, Bextra Large. I like that name, Bextra Large. And it came on there and was trying to engage in the conversation, but I can read between the lines, and it was attempting to mock me, like my opinions were valueless and not what, others would see as, logical or reasonable. And then the second that Bex had the opportunity, it was attack me over and protect Snafu Snaps. And I'm like, hey, you know what? Don't start that shit. We're in here having a decent conversation. I haven't bring his name up. You started it. And then 5 seconds later, what do you think OTW did? He pulls up a intro of breaking news, Snafu Snaps, dun, 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 the music and whatever. And it's like, here we go. I guess I'm looking for, some Snafu Snaps action here, or they are looking for Snafu Snaps action. And then he was on there. He come on there and he started his listen OTW. I got you got an ultimatum. Either you're gonna not listen to him no more, or I'm done with you, and I'm taking all of my fucking viewers with me, and blah blah. And it was, he's dangerous. He's stalking me, and just the same old fucking stupid ass rhetoric. And I was mocking him a little bit, going, wah, I'm hurting you. And then I was off. OTW backstage me, and I never got on again. And then it was a cavalcade of Snap's victims that he's harassed over the years, who he refers to as his trolls. No, they're not trolls. He misconflates the word victim and turns it into the word troll. And it was going on for a good hour. OTW let him, get it off his chest, so to speak. And then that was it. I wasn't allowed to defend myself. I wasn't allowed to respond. I wasn't allowed to address his bullshit, his narrative, his lies, his accusations, and that'll never happen. It'll never happen in that panel verse. I'm not ever going to have a voice. Period. So I've come to the realization.
That's what I was saying earlier. I was saying almost the same thing, where I have a voice on my channel, but they never let me say anything. They'll backstage kick me, ban me. If I start to say anything true on these panel channels, anywhere else, Jack Talcott, OTW, or they'll put up the Tart Show and they'll try to say, yeah, he's fucking that, he's stupid or whatever. But yeah, if Snafu was here, well, even if he isn't, I'll ask him sometime, because he's back and forth with this thing. I don't know if this is his boyfriend, Baxter Large, or I don't know if they're dating, but there's some behind the scenes relationship. But Snafu's kind of tried to fuck with me over the years. I know he does with everybody, but I might be a bit different than the others in some ways. I won't say anything about how, but I just think he should probably just stay away from me and my channel. I don't think he should. I don't think he should come over here and try to get involved.
Well, he'll probably, now that you and I have had this conversation, whether we ever talk again or whatnot, it doesn't matter to him. He'll in his little fucking broken brain, he'll see that you and I are aligned. Just because we're having a conversation.
Yeah.
He'll be at you now. You're gonna be in his fucking mouth. Your name is gonna be in his mouth now. And
I have been before. He's made videos about me. He's targeted me in the past. He's quite a character, but the guy doesn't scare me. So if he thinks I don't know what he thinks, but maybe he does have syphilis brain or something. Maybe he's got issues with. It says that the 4th stage can cause psychosis, paranoia, all this kind of stuff.
He's all of the above. All of the symptoms fit him perfectly, man. They really do. And I'm not just saying that because I'm, vengeful or, I'm an honest guy. And if, look up dissecting cellulosis. That's what he claims that he has. He claims that it's an autoimmune disease, dissecting cellulosis. And it I don't believe that he has that. And syphilis at stage 4, it starts to smell because of the pus and everything that's going on. And I know people who have said that he stinks bad. And that's, I seen a picture of him in court, or I seen him on video, because when I'm in court, he's the victim and he come on there running his mouth the other day. And he looks like a fucking an animal that just come out of the fucking woods. He's missing teeth. His fucking beard's all over the fucking place. He's wearing a Sasquatch hat because he's attacking Sasquatch Moon. And I could share a picture with you because I screenshotted the fucking what he looked like, and I was like, holy fuck, ain't nobody gonna believe. This is why he doesn't cam up, and he's a fucking mess. He probably weighs 300 pounds or more now.
Oh, really? He's that big?
Oh,
he's calling other people fat, and he's over 300.
Dude, if you looked at his face, you'd say 350.
Damn.
He's got a fat face like Baxter Large.
Yeah, they could be together. I don't know what kind of bed would hold them, but
Right. You know, in all reality, I am a you know, I my heavenly father's, you know, I try to be a good person, and I try to be a good
Yeah.
person to him, but sometimes it's warranted, and I hope that if he is dying, he claims that he's, you know, not got much time left. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. I don't know, but stage 4 syphilis, you know, it does say that, you know, you're fucked, and yeah, and he likes to share the video of that. He likes to share that video. He finds it humorous when he's pretty fat
I
himself.
thought this was Bex. I thought this was Bex getting out of the supermarket.
When they went
Somebody's
shopping,
helping him.
when they went shopping together.
Yeah.
But
I
not
thought maybe he was behind giving her a helping push, trying to get her through the
Right.
door.
Well, I seen that video and I'm like, you know what? I'm not an evil person, you know. You know, I like to think that I'm not. And when I seen that, I'm like, why does he even do this shit? You know what I mean? And I don't know, somebody's in my chat debate friend wants to know, how can I talk with you on panel? I don't know who debate friend is, and I don't trust nobody. I've never heard that name before. But Lynette, look and see who debate friend is. My mod is in here.
Probably, I would guess it's probably an incel, pissant peasant.
Right.
They'd want to come over here and lick my boots. They'd say, "You're the king," and lick my boots.
Right.
And I'm not trying to rile them up or offend anybody, of course. Hello to Modern Men Lost again in the chat. Looks like he showed up.
He's in your chat. Well, you know what? He came on my chat last night and he fucking bailed on me like a rude prick and fucking just jumped off the panel. Didn't even say goodbye or nothing. You know.
He's been doing that a lot. I think that's his exit now.
Oh, just doing the Irish goodbye.
He just no word, just leaving. So
Right.
I think that's his thing. That's
his shtick now.
Yeah, that's his shtick for exiting. He's just leaving without saying anything.
Well, isn't that the Irish goodbye, right? Do you know that?
Well, at least give me a shot of whiskey or something. Like, if it's an Irish goodbye, give me a drink before you do that. You know, buy me a drink or something, a shot. I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I didn't realize that Snafu weighs that much, though. I never heard that.
Well, that's
crazy.
He's I don't know what his deal is. I don't know. That could be.
Bloated up. He's looking like he's an animal.
Well, whoever this debate friend is that's on in my shit, my mod looked it up, and then my mod told me that they got no subs and the account was made in June of 2025.
Brand new, yeah.
So
figures.
You know, Snafu Snaps created his Crew 101 channel the day that I was interviewed by the detective that like pushed the charges here in the county that you know, and he did that to hide his real abusive, you know, the strike team, Snafu Crew strike team video or channel. He didn't tell the law enforcement about that channel. He's acting like he's an innocent little guy and that I'm harassing him. But I told the detective about that channel a long time ago, and he's been watching him on it. And Snafu Snaps thinks that, you know, that's inadmissible. And so then I told Snaps that I was watching his channel after, you know, I gathered all the intel off of it that I could, that I needed. And what do you think he did when I gave him a heads up that I knew about his other channel? What do you think he did to it?
Hid it? Got rid of it?
He hid it. You know what that is? That's tampering with evidence. Because that channel, I could use it as a defense and what shows his character and shows that he's harassing and stalking people, which is what he did to me. And for him to hide that channel, he's in Arizona and I'm being charged in Michigan. And I've been in communication with the Arizona Attorney General, the investigation division, and they're watching his ass. And they know about him hiding that channel too now. And he's fucking with the wrong people, you know, or from what the communications that I'm having with, and I'm not a rat. I'm not a snitch. I went to prison for not snitching. But when it comes to this guy, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know what I mean? And so here in Michigan, he thinks that he's going to get away with hiding his channel with all of his dirt on it and pretend it doesn't exist. Come on. I'm smarter than he is. He just doesn't realize that he can, do the dumb shit that he does. And I'm all over him like stink on shit or like a fucking cheap suit on a pimp, So.
Yeah.
And,
I think has he been messing with Landry, Modern Men? I think he's been, I don't know what he said to him, but I guess Landry thinks that Snafu's dangerous beyond YouTube, that maybe he will pull something.
Well, Landry's father, unfortunately, was involved in a tragic incident, and I don't know exactly when, maybe in February or something like that. But Landry's father was driving down the road in the Dallas area where they live, and there was a little 6-year-old girl who, with autism, somehow got out of the house. They didn't lock the door because somebody went to the store or something like that, and the little girl was walking down the street, wandering, whatever, and stepped out into the road, and Landry's father hit her, and she passed away. And a complete and total tragedy, poor little girl, 6 years old, passed away from this. And Landry's father, clearly distraught, scared, whatever, upset, took off. Whether, the circumstances behind it, he left the scene. And then they turned himself in 2 days later. And Landry, for some odd reason, had told somebody about it, a channel, and then, in confidence, well, there are no friends on the internet. And so that alleged confidant, who he confided in, spilled the beans all over the internet, and good old Snafu Snaps and Fat Girl What's Up Cynthia and Extra Large and the rest of them that align with Snafu just been tearing into Landry and making up accusations, and Caged Reality's been doing it, and now Snafu's insinuating that that Landry was driving possibly, and that his dad's taking the rap for him, and he's just making up all kinds of bullshit, crap, claiming that he's a journalist and he's going to get to the bottom of it and whatnot. And then ironically, I guess Flow State has some documents on Snafu Snaps, and he's been sitting on it for a while. And there's some evidence that, or documentation, some court records show that Snafu Snaps himself may have been charged with vehicular manslaughter at the age of 17 from a driving under the influence of marijuana. And then Landry has this information, and he tried sharing it with OTW, and OTW being a sympathizer of Snafu Snaps and does whatever he wants, and OTW is controlled by Snafu Snaps, wouldn't bring that information up, and everybody's saying that it's false and bogus and it's not his records. Well, I don't think that Landry is going to share that information. It's the same name, same birthday, and Snafu Snaps claiming that's not him. Well, I don't know, because I've been trying to get Landry or whoever has the information to send it over to me so I could review it, and that if I got the case number, I would find out everything there is to find out about that case, if it's him or if it's not him. And if you wanted to put a number on it, I wouldn't say 100%. I would say I'm in the high 70s and 80s without seeing the documentation that he is actually the one that is in those court documents. And Snafu Snaps himself is, got a history of vehicular manslaughter, and this is, a typical case of those who are guilty of one thing accuse another of another. They accuse you of what they've done or what they do. And nobody will let Landry share this information. And others that have it aren't revealing it. So do I really care? Not really. But at the same time, if it was to come out that, you know, this scumbag is doing what he's doing to Landry and Landry's dad, it would make sense, you know, why he's trying to deflect and project, you know, even though it was, fuck, was it 25 years ago, you know? But I don't know if Landry's still in your chat. But the thing is that too many people are protecting Snafu Snaps. It's insane.
Yeah, a lot of people. It makes me wonder though, and if they're protecting him, if they're part of the group behind the scenes or working together. I don't know for sure exactly what's going on, but something seems to be going on with these channels that protect each other, and they'll all kind of swarm on someone like me, and it's like I haven't done shit to these people,
right?
And they'll attack. So there's something going on where they're working together, talking in discords and saying, you know, hey, go after this King Stephen guy, or he's not one of us, or whatever it is. There's something like that happening.
You represent good, you know. You're exposing their bullshit, you know.
Yeah,
and that can't be tolerated.
Yeah, and some of them think I'm taking money out of their pockets, like not literally, but telling people, hey, he's a grifter, he's asking for $300 a month membership or something. That's just retarded. To give OTW $300, I think it's Canadian, maybe $250 American a month. Membership is high tier. You'd have to be retarded to give that guy even $250 American dollars. Like, I wouldn't give him $2.
Right.
I'd rather give a bum on the street $2, $5, $10, $20.
Oh, for sure.
Give him anything. Like I would give somebody that's begging on the street money. But what is he doing? He's like, oh, I'm doing this for you, entertaining. He's not worth anything. The guy he's a scum. OTW's a scumbag. He never lets me speak about anything important, anything real. He'll just put up the thing, the Tardo show, and kick me. He'll lower my volume. He plays all these demon games where he lowers the volume all the way down.
Yep.
Until I check on it. It's like I'm speaking, nobody can hear me. They think it's funny, but they're just not real men. They're not men. Like, they play these stupid fucking games.
Yep,
that's what it is.
I agree.
That's what he does.
Well, I don't know. I got on the OTW panel a while back, and I played them, you know, and I said, hey, because you know how they take money to, you know, chop somebody's head off and silence them for 5, 10, 20 minutes or whatever. I said, how much would it cost? How much would you charge me to silence Snafu Snaps for an entire month? And after a bunch of, you know, debating, figuring out what it is, I guess if you know who Red 40 is, Red 40 come up with the number $666 to silence Snafu Snaps for an entire month. And I said, oh, I'd pay that, you know. And you know, one thing leads to another, and I said, all right, I'll come up with the money. I'll get you the money, and we'll silence them. And we did a virtual fist bump and a handshake and whatever. And you know, there was no I have to give it to you kind of handshake. It was if I come up with the money and when I present it to you, then the month will start. And so I was never planning on giving him any fucking money. Why would I silence Snafu Snaps? The shit that he says is fucking gold, you know, and I need to gather intel on him, and why would I do that, you know? But what it did is I triggered Snafu. As soon as I was done, he come on running his mouth going, fuck you, OTW, I've been loyal to you, and just went fucking ballistic. And so I haven't paid that money because that'd just be stupid. And then now I got, you know, particular idiots in the chat calling me bad faith apples and stuff like that, saying that I squelch out on a deal. And it's like you guys really think that was a deal? I said I didn't say I promise you that I'm going to send you that money and I owe it. Shut the fuck up, you know. And so And so these people are trying to use it against me, like smearing me, and I just laugh, and and I explain to them, why the fuck would I give OTW any amount of money to silence the fucking guy that keeps on giving? The asshole Snafu Snaps just doesn't shut up, man. I got enough information on him out of his own mouth where I don't need him. He actually, there's a recording of him threatening to kill some other YouTuber, a 65-year-old woman who's really frail and in bad health, who was giving him excessive amounts of money, or maybe not him, but another person that he knows. And he's just saying, I'll fucking kill her. I'll kill her where she stands. Well, he's got me facing charges because I said I was going to beat him up.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he could not have said that. And anyway, he's trying to play me right now when he comes and says about what I don't know you. I never met you before, but Snafu, I just want to say to him, if he's still in the chat or listening,
he's probably in my chat.
I wonder why he thinks I would trust him, because he's made threats against me. He's bashed me. Snafu, why do you think that your word is gold with me when you have a history of saying shit about me and playing the tough guy? Like, you wouldn't. I won't go into details, but dude, I'm not afraid of you. You wouldn't do anything to me. You wouldn't be able to do anything.
He ain't gonna do anything to anybody but call the cops on him. That's all he's gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or whine and cry to OTW or Pauly Boy and say, don't let them on. Actually I got him on OTW's channel. He was trying to criticize one of my mods, claiming that my mod was using his firearms in a video that he produced on his channel to threaten and intimidate Snafu for his exposing veterans charity fraud bullshit. And my mod had nothing to do with any of that. And he has a survivalist type of channel where he reviews guns and talks about particular weapons and things. And he hasn't really done a whole lot of those videos. He just every now and again will do a video of it. But when I mentioned Goblin Majesty, I don't know if you know who he is, but Snafu Snaps is actually sent Goblin Majesty 2 photos in Facebook Messenger of a safe full of firearms, and then a picture with a GPS, like a GPS unit, and the gun safe, and then an eyeball at the bottom of it, like, I'm watching you, and I got these things here, these weapons. And Snafu Snaps is a convicted felon. And the other picture he sent was rifles with scopes on them laying on a table or a bed or something. And in that photo, the big dummy took the picture with his hand in the photo. And then he unsent them from Facebook. And so, so he's a convicted felon, and he's not supposed to be in possession of firearms at all. And that,
there's a bunch of them. Flow State's a convicted felon. Snafu, that Jason guy from Archaic's channel, he's a convicted felon.
Right.
I don't know if they have firearms. I don't know if Tommy is, but Tommy shows his sidearm quite often. I don't know if Tommy's a convicted felon, but there's a bunch of them that run channels that are, for sure.
Well, I was a convicted felon, but I only had 1 felony, and I had my judgment of sentence set aside through the courts and had the record expunged. And I'm not at the moment because I'm under bond restrictions, but prior to what Snafu did to me, I was CPL carrier. I could carry concealed and got my gun rights back. And that's one of the things that Snafu Snaps is really pissed off about, because when we were buddies, he wanted me to help him get his gun rights back. And between you, me, and the whole internet, nope, I will never help him, because he's a fucking loose cannon and he shouldn't be in possession of any firearms. Even if he could, I wouldn't help him do a fucking thing. And so he tells me that he's going to red flag law me. and what's the next best thing to actually red flag law me, but you can't because you have to be mentally deficient to be red flag law. So the next best thing is to just get some charges on me, and the bond restrictions would prevent me from carrying in public. So they took away my ability to protect myself from the crazies if they come fuck with me.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
So there's motivation behind what he's doing, and people don't understand what he's doing, but I fully understand it. And you try to bring this information up or this, you know, conversation in the panel verse, you'd get laughed out, you get kicked, you get your volume turned down, you get the smear campaign. I'd be called crybaby. You know, I got El Perro calling me a crybaby. I got Bex, I got Cynthia, I got Yolanda, Forged fucking whatever. You name them. You name the fucking retard online. They try to smear campaign me and run my name through the mud, and I laugh at them, tell them all to go fuck themselves. You know, so because who are they? They ain't nobody to me. I go to bed when I go to in the other part of my RV. I lay my head down. I'm out like a light, and I sleep like a baby. I don't think of none of these guys.
Yeah, neither do I.
So, well, yeah, it's, you know, I actually, you know, to talk about your content, I've been trying to watch as much as I can, and I agree with pretty much everything you say, man. And somebody, that guy that person, debate friend, I just looked over and it says that your content is very similar to Animosity 777. Have you heard of Animosity 777?
No, I hadn't heard of him until that guy said that. Did he go to your channel and say that, or?
Yeah, debate friend is in my channel saying that in my chat.
Oh, that's the guy that was here then. That's the guy that was Daniel. He uses every
Oh,
name he can.
is that
He's
that
the same
clown?
person. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. So now I'm going to have that loser over here,
Probably,
right? Oh,
Pretty
yeah,
sure it's him.
probably. Anybody
He's always
comes.
accusing me of stealing. Then he'll say, "Why are you against me, Stephen?" And he just does all this shit.
Right.
He lies about me all over the place, and then he'll come on using fake names and say, "Why don't you want to talk to me?"
Right.
Well, gee, I wonder why. You've been lying about me for fucking more than 6 months now. So every day.
It doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, why wouldn't I want to talk to him? He hides his name, uses a million different names, hides his face.
Right.
He lives on 400 acres and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, you don't even have a job. You're just on here 24/7. There's no way you could have a job or be in school or do anything. He lives on the internet.
Right. Well, that seems to be the MO of a majority of the people in the panel curse. But a guy like this, who I don't know, and they've only been on the, you know, their channels are new. I'll put up with them for about a second and I'll block them. I don't give a shit about subs. I don't give a shit about people following me. I'm not here for, you know, people's, you know, pleasure. I'm here to tell the truth and to share, you know, my experiences with these demons on the internet. And if people can't accept that and they don't like it, well, the fucking door swings both ways, man. Get the fuck out. Don't come back. You know, it's like Bex. I let her on here the other day when she started that shit. She goes, "I've been on your channel," and I said, "Yeah, I know." And she goes, "I won't come back," or something like that. And I said, "Good, don't come back, you fucking asshole. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck if you don't come back." You know, you really hurt me, you know. You're not going to come back to my channel. Fuck, I don't care. You know, so
exactly.
It's just funny.
I don't care. I've been on lots of them, but they just keep coming around, and some of them will say, "We have 27 people tuned in watching me right now at 4 a.m. So at 4 a.m. I'm able to have 27 viewers." Some of these big mouths will say, "Nobody watches your channel, King Stephen. No one watches you because you don't get 150. Well, I'll just say most of the people that watch my channel have jobs, they work, they have a life. They're not here 24/7.
Right.
Some of my mods don't. They're busy, so they don't see every live stream. They're not up at 4 a.m. if I'm up at 3, 4 o'clock or something.
Right.
I'm retired, so I'm able to do whatever I want. I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm lucky.
Lucky you.
Yeah. So when it comes to them, though, these assholes channels, these shit channels run by demons, they have people that obviously don't work at all.
Right.
And I'm sure they haven't worked for years because they observe, and it's like they're always on the internet. They're on the internet 16, 18, 20 hours a day.
Right.
They might take a nap for 4 hours and then they're back somewhere else. It's like no matter where I go at what time, they're always there.
Yeah.
So either there are 5 people or either way, I don't believe that they work. I don't think they have a regular job or have an income that way.
Right.
They're doing something else. That's why they get these numbers, because it's the same freaking people.
Well,
These
yeah.
names from whether Talcott Live or Paul or OTW, it's mostly all the same names.
Yeah, they share this is one of the things that I discovered with live broadcasters, a guy in another genre, the First Amendment, community, and he's got a regular channel with like 300,000 subs. And he's got a side channel where he does his little live streams and his trolling type of shit. And he's got 27,500 subs on it. And he goes live. He cannot get more than 100 and maybe 150, 170 people in it. And, my channel, I got 2,600 subs. And, after I do a video, whether they spend a lot of time watching it or not, with the analytics, it doesn't much matter. But according to just the basic views, I get more views on my channel than he gets on his channel. He's got 27,000 subs on it, and I tried to explain to him and anybody else that your subs that are on your ticker account that it says that you got so many, I said those are conflated. That YouTube is putting those on there to make it look like you're actually popular, so people will think that you're something. And same thing with channels like big YouTube channels. I know channels personally. I know people with millions of subscribers, according to the numbers. And they go live. If somebody's got 1 million subscribers, and if they were going live, you would think that they would have more than 1,000 people in there. That's nothing. And then I'll watch another channel in a totally different genre that has nothing to do with the echo chamber crap, and they got 20,000 subs, and then when they're live, they got 1,000, 2,000 people in there, and the chat's going crazy, and they're donating money like bing, 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 bing. And it's like, holy crap, look at the difference between this channel and those channels. And one of the things that I truly discovered through my, paying attention is that if a channel will go live, say like in the First Amendment genre, and a guy's running around with a camera recording cops yelling, it's my rights, it's my rights. They go live, they'll have 120, or let's just say 150 watchers. And I'm watching the live, what channels go live, and then another one will pop up, it'll go live. It's another First Amendment genre. I'll click on it and I'll watch the numbers slowly go click, 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 click. And then it'll be like, boom, like a big bump, right? It'll go from 0 to like 4, 5, 6. And all of a sudden it'll go right to 50. And then I'm watching the other channel at the same time, and the 150 number that they had dropped down to 100 because 50 went over to the other channel. And then a third channel pops up, and then both of the channels lose a few, like the 100 that are in the first channel will jump over to the third channel that's live with 5 or 10. And then some from the second channel that has 50, a few will jump over. So then it'll be, 90 or 80 viewers in the one channel, and then there'll be 30 in the other channel, and then there'll be 30 or 40 in the other. So that spreads them out, and it's the same 150 fucking people that go from channel to channel to channel. And I believe that it's part of the InfraGard community policing shit where they're online and it's only so many people, you know, and it's literally an echo chamber. And I got reports from think tanks that were looking into, you know, YouTube channels and the people that were watching it. And there's a lot of big channels that are named in this one particular report where the title of it was YouTube and its echo chambers. And so, you know, you're compartmentalized if you're in these particular genres, and it's the same people, and that's it. There's no. I've actually been out in the streets, and I'll walk up to a random person, and I'll say, "Hey, you know, like a younger generation," and I'll say, "Do you watch social media?" And they'll say, "Yeah." And I'll say, "Do you watch Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or whatever?" And then if they say, "I watch YouTube," I'll say, "Okay, well, what type of content do you watch?" And they'll say, "Oh, I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff." And I'll say, "Do you ever?" Because it gets pushed through the algorithm a lot, the First Amendment stuff where they record law enforcement. I said, "Do you watch any of those guys that run around with the cameras and they record the cops and stuff like that?" And those that I've come across that say, "Yeah," I'll say, "Well, who do you watch?" And they're like, "I don't know. I don't know their name. It's that one guy." And I'm like, "Well, who one guy?" And it ends up being one guy, and it's usually the channel called Long Island Audit, and everybody knows about Long Island Audit. And I'm like, you know, it's really weird that everybody that I've asked, they don't know about this channel or that channel or that channel. They only know about Long Island Audit, and it's really, really an odd, you know, connection. You know, like out of random people, they don't know about James Freeman. They don't know about, you know, high impact flicks or any of the big name channels like Lackluster. They don't know about them, but they know about Long Island Audit. It's like really weird. And then another issue that I have where I've discovered that these channels are fake and their numbers aren't real is when a bunch of YouTubers that live in Florida, they all go to a particular city, Flagler Beach, over some incident that occurred. And you have three of the biggest YouTubers in Florida. One's got 250,000 subs, another one's got 100,000 subs. You know, between them both, they got, you know, 500,000 subs between three channels. And then there's a bunch of other channels all doing live streams for like 3 hours. And all of these cars are going by, all this traffic nonstop. You can see them, and they're holding up signs, the whole 9 yards. If they were known, and people in Florida that are in their state had any idea who these YouTubers were, you would think that for 2 to 3 hours doing live streams, there would be at least 1 or 2, maybe 3 people. It would be like, "Hey, beep, beep, hey, I know you." And then they would yell out their channel name, like whatever, right? Nobody knew who they were. They had to tell people who they were and what they were there doing. So I'm like, there's something up with this. Nobody knows who these people are because their numbers aren't real.
I agree. It's rigged. And funny thing is, they'll accuse me. Some of these Panelverse assholes will say that I'm buying subs. Do you think I'd have more than 500 subs if I was buying subs? My El Diablo channel has 500 subs after months, and most of the subs were from my main channel, which has over 4,000, but it's been up for years and years.
Right.
To reach 4,000, which is nothing. I don't have 40,000 or 140,000 or 200,000 like some of these fake channels that, like Archaic's channel has almost 200,000 and way less videos. I put in more work for 4,000 subs for almost 3 years. It's like that's just a little over 1,000 subs a year, which is nothing. These assholes will claim that I buy subs. If I was going to buy subs, I'd have channels now with 1 million fucking subs if I wanted fake subs.
Exactly.
Money to do it. I would buy the fucking subs. I'd buy an existing channel if I wanted to do that.
Right.
I'm organically grown. I would buy, you know, there's channels for sale where you can buy an existing channel.
Yeah, yeah,
I haven't done it, but there's channel, you could buy a channel with 500,000 subscribers already and just change the name, change the content or whatever they do. I don't do this for money.
right,
People are like, hey, where's your super chat $ button in your chat? Where's your PayPal, Cash App, your join membership club? There is none.
right,
I don't ask for donations at all. I don't accept any. I tell people, if you have extra money, help the needy, not the greedy.
right,
Help the needy, not the greedy. I don't want money. I've got enough to live the, I'm fine. I'm comfortable. I don't do this for money. I do it for truth's sake. And these demons can't understand that. That
Right.
liar that was on here earlier said that I steal my whole Esoterica series from this channel that I have up on the screen. He said animosity 777. Well, how did I steal my view of this being a hell realm that I was writing about and talking about in 1997 when this guy's videos are like a year old?
right. They're trying to.
I didn't steal. I've been talking about this for decades.
Right.
I didn't steal shit from a channel that I never heard of. I'm tired of the liars and false accusers on YouTube.
It happens a
That's
lot.
what it is.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
Yeah. And then they'll say, what's your problem with me? And then they giggle like a little girl. And I'm just tired of the demonic nature of this realm. It's
Right.
demonic to harass someone for months and lie about them and to falsely accuse them and do all the shit that goes on in this panelverse and on YouTube and beyond YouTube in the realm itself.
Right.
Now, it's usually not somebody's neighbors unless you have a bad neighbor or you're unlucky. But there's a lot of fucking demons in this place that just lie, falsely accuse.
I agree.
Yeah, and it shows you what this place is. It
Yeah.
shows you that there's people willing to anonymously just make up shit and try to destroy someone's life. And
Right.
it's disgusting.
Well, you're absolutely right, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. You know, so
No, it won't.
it's
It won't.
you know, the reason why your channel, like this channel that you're on now, has low views is because you're saying shit that YouTube don't want you to say. And I've come to the realization that with my experience with YouTube channels, and like I said, I've been studying these patterns for at least 10 years. And when you mentioned that, you know, they got felonies or this, that, or the other, there's other things too, is that they've been in the military, you know, and whether they were honorably discharged or they had, you know, a less than honorable or a completely dishonorable discharge. You know, there's a lot of people that, you know, I go, what's up with this guy? You know, and it just seems to be a consistent, steady flow of things that make you go, with these channels that
That's
have,
a big pattern.
right, like,
Military.
right,
And military families, and just like the ones in the music industry, Laurel Canyon, California, all their fathers were military. Jim Morrison's dad
Yeah.
was a rear admiral, and
Yeah.
all that. There's always that type of connection.
the
We're in a
Tavistock,
corrupt and a
yeah,
crooked realm.
the Tavistock
The realm
Institute,
itself,
right,
yeah, Tavistock, and
yeah,
it's all rigged, man. I'm gonna play a bit of this video, but it was good chatting with you. I want to see what this guy's talking about. I haven't stolen from this channel, but I never heard of this animosity
right.
guy's channel.
Well,
I want to see what they're talking about.
yeah, it's you know, I know you're in Canada. I know I heard you mention that, so you're probably not far from me, you know, and you're probably in Ontario, I would imagine, or when it don't matter, you don't have to answer it, but I imagine you maybe in Ontario, probably, or not, whatever. Keep it to yourself. But it's 4:30 here, and it's getting late. But I did want to mention that I enjoyed watching a few of your videos, and like that one that I did watch. You know, I like how you bring this story in and that, and, you know, that video and this video and that video, and you were talking about India, how guys were in India, and and I'm like, fuck, I knew India was bad, but I will never go to India. and you were offering people to go. I'll give you a free trip to go to India. You go drink a cup of water.
I want people to prove it. They talk about it, but
yeah.
I'm gonna let you go though. It's
Right on.
late, but have a good time. Thanks for coming on,
Well,
and I'll see you.
I'll come in your chat whenever I get my 7 days are up, and I'll come visit you, man. I appreciate you, dude. And you got a supporter here, brother. So
Thank you.
take it easy, man.
Take it easy. I'll talk to you again soon.
All right, peace. All right then. That was El Diablo, King Steven. And there ain't no shame in my game. I actually like the guy. So I know a lot of people don't, and that's okay too. But I'm neutral. I don't have any beef with anybody. You guys know who my beefs are with, or shall I say, their beefs are with me. So I actually like the guy. I think he's funny. I think he's very intelligent, and I've watched a few of his videos. His videos are long, and I wish I was on the road again. Like driving from Detroit, to Texas and back, like I did, because I'd watch, or listen, I should say, because I don't know what all of his content consists of, but I would definitely be playing some shit, because I like his commentary. I hate to say it, or he would probably say, no, we ain't. A lot of people don't like to be compared, but we have a lot of the same, thought processes and see things the same, but this is the kind of thing that I would love for the internet to be, where you could have an actual, back and forth with him. I know I might have talked a lot more than he did, but you guys know me. I blah, 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 blah. I go on and on and on, and I make a 10-minute story out of a 2-minute story. But I like to have normal conversation where you're not going, fuck you, like, fuck you, Tony, and the insanity and the chaos, because what good does that do? What purpose does it serve, man, to have an aggressive battle back and forth with each other? It doesn't do nothing but cause me stress and, I wouldn't say anxiety, but it keeps me in a frame of mind that I don't want to be in. I want to be back in my peace of mind, and I'll get back there. Don't get me wrong. I will get back there. I was just starting to get back there, maybe not on here, but in my life and my existence. I was peaceful until about 3-4 fucking months ago, when the Panelverse fucking molesting van showed up, and that jackass fucking zebra jumped out with a bunch of his buddies and hogtied me and threw me in the back of his fucking van, and I'm being held hostage. So it is what it is. I'll break through. I'll escape the van, and I'll untie myself. I'll take the gag off of me and the blindfold off my eyes, and I'll see the daylight again, and I'll be like, them motherfuckers kidnapped me, man. They had me for fucking 6 months in their fucking van, driving me around town, fucking laughing at me, smearing me, making fun of me, whatever. And now, if I was where I wanted to be, I could be producing videos and having green screens and all kinds of shit, and actually producing like, I was just minding my own business, walking down the street, and the van pulled up and pulled me in, and I would put that on video and like bring my thoughts and my words to vision. You know what I mean? But I don't have the time or the energy at this point to do it with all that I got going on. Now, if and when the time comes, you guys might be seeing some really weird fucking videos that and be like, the fuck? That might be rudimentary. It might not, be all that it's cracked up to be, but me, well, I wasn't really into it, and I wouldn't say into it. I really wasn't a participant as much as my friends were, but they were making homemade movies back in the day, and some of the shit was hilarious. And if I was to, I know my buddy still got the shit, and he denies it and says that he don't have it no more, which I know him. He says everything, and he's just being a dick and doesn't want to break it out. And you know, he's just that's the kind of guy he is. But there used to be, anybody remember the clothing store called Clothes Time? Does anybody? I know it was a national chain for a hot minute back in the 80s and 90s. Clothes Time, kind of like a Kohl's or Burlington Coat Factory or something like that. It was called Clothes Time, like clothes, you know, clothes and time. THYME maybe, or TIME, Clothes Time. And we would make mock commercials, and yeah. Or remember when Geraldo Rivera had the white supremacist on his show and shit went crazy? There was a big old brawl and a fight in the studio, and Geraldo got a chair thrown at him and it hit him in the fucking nose, and it fucked his nose up, and then he had this big bandage across his nose and a black eye. You guys remember that? And well, my buddies did a spoof on that, and my buddy Larry, who's the brother of my friend Tommy, who just died recently of the cancer, who was in the hospital, if you guys, you know, just a few months ago, he passed away. Well, Tommy is the brother who passed away. Well, Larry, he played Geraldo because he's a Mexican looking guy, you know. He claims he's white, but I'm like, dude, you're not white, bro. You're fucking you're brown, dude. He's like, I'm not brown. I'm like, you're fucking brown, bro. He refuses to say that he's brown, but anyways, I love him to death anyway. So he played Geraldo, and he had a microphone, and he was talking, and then next thing you know, it was like, you'd have to see the videos. They're fucking hilarious. So what's up, Real Crow? And then we did well, I wasn't involved in this one, but they did a Judge Judy type of thing, and our friend Scott played a female, and he had this crazy looking wig on, because Scott always had like a shaved head. He had this crazy blonde wig on, and he took a pajama gown that our friend's grandma had, and he wore it, a muumuu or whatever you call it, and he had it on, and he was acting like he was on the witness stand. And I remember him, he was like, hey, he beats me and he makes me. I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but he was playing the victim, like a victim of this abusive guy, and on the people's court or some whatever. And it was just some funny ass shit. And I know that, well, not know, but I know for a fact, we made this movie that was like a killer movie, you know, like a horror movie, and I was victim number 3, because he had a script wrote out and everything, you know, and I was like, okay, I'll play victim number 3. And the scene was that we were all at a party, but we didn't know who the killer was. It was one of us, you know, one of the friends in the group was a killer, and we didn't, you know, and so I was being an asshole at the party, and you know, it's a script in the movie, and so I got thrown out of the party because I was being an asshole, and then I was in the backyard like oh yeah, motherfuckers, man, you fucking, I'll show you. You guys throw me out of the party, and next thing you know, the killer showed up, and I was like, ah! And it was a sickle got me, and you know, it was just shit that we did when we were in the 80s, you know. And I would love to see those fucking movies now, or films, whatever you want to call them, and some silly ass shit. So yeah, I would definitely make some content with doing characters, because you guys know I like my voices and shit and whatever. And so I would definitely, if it came down to it, I would shave my face, and I'd put on prosthetics or whatever or whatnot, and I would be probably a one-man acting crew. So I would play multiple different parts and edit it and put it together. And yeah, it'd be kind of fun. Or it would be really fun if I had a bunch of people that were involved in it, and I had actors and actresses and, you know, things of that nature. And I wanted to do a TV, you know, actual TV channel on YouTube and have regular programming like every day, you know, like Bad Apple Media, where at, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning, it would be this show. And then at 9 o'clock in the morning, it would be this show. And then at, you know, so it would, throughout the day, you could have sitcoms and you could do shit like that. And then at like 5 o'clock, you could do the news, you know, and whatever. And that's my vision still to this day, is to have an actual channel where you could do shit like that all day long, where you would tune in to Bad Apple Media. And at 7 o'clock on every day, it would be this, you know, make 20 episodes, you know, record them all, make 20 episodes, and then film them, and then upload them every day at 7 o'clock in the morning or whatnot, and actually get an entire studio together and produce content of that nature. That was my intent and my goal at one point in time before, you know, shit hit the fan. And it very well may still be. Get an entire, you know, a green screen, an entire, you can put shit, the AI that they got now, man, you can put yourself anywhere in the world and do some crazy ass shit. My buddy, he was into, he's got a remote control, not a gas powered, but an electric remote control vehicle. And there's channels out there that take the remote control Bronco, or, you know, a Blazer or a pickup truck or whatever it is, and they build these like off-road parks, and then they film these remote control vehicles as if they're real full-size vehicles and stuff. And I was like, dude, we could do this, and this. And like, I would have my truck, and I would be, you know, whatever truck it would be, like, you know, the Rebel Maniac, and that would be my truck on the show. And you would see it going through the trails and whatever, it would flip and it crash, and then you go to the scene, and I'd be climbing out of a truck like it was me, and I'd be like, oh man, that was a hell of a ride, and then have them come up and interview you and be like, how did that happen? You know, what happened? And be like, oh, that goddamn tire blew out, man, I just flipped it, and I don't know, and just make it funny and just do all kinds of shit, just do silly shit and make it seem like it's real, and then edit it like it's a real fucking thing, you know. And then there was another, and I'm probably giving away ideas, but whatever. And then there was like where people take like Matchbox cars, you know, like Hot Wheels, and they do like a track, and they race, and then people dub over it like they're watching the real race, and they're like, yeah, James, we're here at track 19, and we're about to get to this race going, and we got, you know, El Diablo in this red Camaro, and then we got Bad Apple Media over in that green Chevy, you know, and then so they're bantering back and forth like two commentators when these Matchbox cars drive, and they're like, oh yeah, that was a hell of a turn, he just cut him off, you know. And then so you could take those videos, and if the car crashes, then again, you know, you could be like, you're interviewing the driver before and after, you know, whoever the winner was. Shit like that. That'd be kind of cool to put shit like that together, if you ask me. But I don't have the time, the energy, or the effort at this moment in time, or the place to do it. And you wouldn't even need to be all in the same place. You could record it at your convenience, wherever you're at, and then send the video, and then you can edit it all together somewhere else. And so you don't necessarily even have to be where everything's happening. You know what I'm saying? It's the beauty of the internet and whatnot. So yeah. All right. So congratulations, brother. You are a good debater and great person, or whatever. Yeah, I think I'll get to that point again, Rip Curl. Yeah, you'll get to it again too. Well, I'm ready to go to bed. I've had enough. Running with Scissors. It's El Diablo Radio. Let me see if I can pull it up. Pull up. Yeah, this is, I think I shared this already with you. It's El Diablo Radio International. You look down here. Look down here at the bottom. Right here. El Diablo Radio International. He's got 500 subscribers even now. There's 25 people watching this show right now.
Such a lying troll.
But,
What,
yeah.
What's your
I
problem?
think he's,
What's
I think
wrong
he's
with
an
you?
alright guy. I ain't got no beef with him.
Stephen,
I don't have no beef
I
with
had some
anybody unless they give me
issues
shit.
from beginning. I had these issues.
You're not
Many
answering the
people
question.
Oh, yeah.
He came over here and said, all caps, he said, you do know this guy is dangerous on Tether. He won who went to Tarek's house, Stephen, after Tarek blocked him. But yes, this guy is dangerous on your panel. Hashtag Truthio and then zebra
not seeing
emojis after that.
Snafu.
Sorry, I don't see it. But yeah,
maybe
he's
you're hidden. I don't
he's
know.
a fucking weirdo.
No, I enjoyed talking to him.
I don't scumbag. He never lets me speak about anything important, anything real.
Just fucking whatever. You name them. You name the fucking retard online. They try to smear campaign me and run my name through the mud, and I laugh at them, tell them all to go fuck themselves. You know. So then it's echo chambers, and so you're
I didn't even know I was actually on this channel. I thought I was backstage.
Particular, like how you bring this story in and that, that video, and this video, and that video.
That, Steve.
And you were talking about
Steven.
India, how guys were in India, and I'm like, fuck, I knew India was bad, but I will never go to India.
My brother's keeper.
And
neither will I, man.
The fucking dick
you were offering people to go. I'll give you a free trip to go to India.
No matter how many times I try to be nice.
I want people to prove it. They talk about it, but yeah.
I think he's part of the gang.
I'm gonna let you go though.
He's a
It's
defective.
late, but have a good time. Thanks for coming on. And I'll see you again soon.
I'll come in your chat whenever I get my 7 days are up, and I'll come visit you, man. I appreciate you, dude. And
all right,
you got a supporter here, brother. So
thank you.
Take it easy, man.
Take it easy. I'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, I try to get along with everybody too, but some people you just can't get along with. There's just
so racism is yet again another reason as to why I would never have.
He's got a wild hair up his ass with me. I think he's.
If we're going to talk about how it relates to antinatalism, racism is.
And this is nothing I wouldn't say to his face, but he wouldn't allow me the opportunity because he would kick me off his channel.
In a video game, and you didn't even pick up your you barely even picked up your controller yet. It's almost
I won't go back
logging into the online,
with that dude.
And through the loading screen,
I've been
you're already getting the notification that you died,
conspiracy
and it's asking you if you want to
theorist, whatever you want to call it.
You haven't even fully loaded in.
Conspiracy factist.
You know what I'm saying? It's just it's crazy to me how
somebody in today's day and age can't
when I say
see
racism, this isn't just exclusive to one race, because you know how some black people say black people can't be racist or
impossible.
This is exclusive to anybody. It's not limited to anybody. I'm just talking about racism in general. In general,
it's pretty sad.
Not too long ago, a long time ago, when I was on Twitter, I saw a video.
But it's
of a couple of black kids basically smacking around a little white girl and pushing her off her bicycle and shit like that. And I just thought that was extremely disturbing.
I was going to get off
ridiculous, and that's a classic example right there. And then the person who posted it, you had the person who posted it, he was justifying it, talking about
I can see that.
I'm just like, bro, what the fuck is going on?
I don't
how
doubt
does that
what
justify
you're saying,
this?
But
this is what I'm talking about, man.
Again, right now,
just imagine
I'm just learning the dynamics of everybody, and
just based off,
I
of the
think
fact,
that a lot of people maybe
when you analyze this, you really see how retarded and absurd
went,
this is. You really see how fucking retarded this is.
Judge or say shit about.
So the weirdo that
Team
comes
Steve
on my channel
because
using
he
various
comes
names,
off a
including
little
names
weird,
of
you know,
chatters in my
to some
chat
people,
room
but
and moderators,
when I started,
claims that
when I
I'm
first heard
stealing from
him,
this animosity
I was
channel,
like, "Fuck, this
and that
guy's
this
a
guy's the real
little
thing.
different," you know. And I
This
didn't say, "Oh
animosity
my
guy
god, this
that
guy's a
makes
fucking
videos like
asshole."
this.
You know, he's
That I'm
using
stealing
the
from
words
him.
that
This guy's
I
the
don't
real deal.
use,
He claims.
but he's not using the hard R. If you know
And
what I
then he
mean, he's
wonders
using the DA.
why do I think that he's a
And he's,
liar and a piece of
I can,
shit and a fraud, and
I can tell that he's
he is all of
using
that.
it
He
as
watches the
sarcasm or
shittiest
satire
channels
or whatnot.
run by psychopaths because he
And
is a psychopath himself.
and I give
He
everybody a
belongs to
chance,
this
and I
realm, and he
listen
can
to him.
giggle like a little girl,
And
but he belongs to this realm.
You're born and literally just based
yeah,
off of the fact that
I'm
you're a
not saying
certain
that he ain't.
skin
You know,
shade.
nobody's perfect.
There are
And
already people
you know, I try to
in
get along with
existence,
everybody,
and
and
you're
I'm
in
a
the
neutral
So here's the
individual
level
until
this
somebody
guy
does something to
animosity is
me.
at. He's boiling down race
But a
to
lot
just
of
skin
people on the
shade.
internet, I gotta take this out of my ear.
He's showing how
He's
dumb
talking.
he is,
A
ignorant
lot
right
of
off
people
the
on the
bat.
internet,
You're born and
or
literally
even in
just
real
based
life,
off of the
but
fact that
on
you're
the
a certain
internet, particularly
skin
right now,
shade.
you know,
How
that's what
fucking
we're talking
retarded
about.
this is, man.
They expect you
You're
to
born and
take
literally just based
sides
off of the fact that you're a
and
certain
show your loyalty
skin
to
shade.
them,
How fucking retarded
even
this
though
is, man.
nobody
You're
has
born
done
and
anything to
literally
you.
just based
And
off
I'm
of the
not
fact
like
that
that in
you're a
real
certain
life, and I sure as
skin
hell ain't gonna be
shade.
like that on the
There
internet.
are already
You know,
people
it'd be so much easier to do
in
that on the
existence,
internet.
and
Like,
you're
oh, yeah,
in the
screw that
existence that
guy.
you were born into. There are
What
already
is he
people
talking in
that
the
don't
background?
like
I'm
you
sorry.
just based off
Hold on.
of that.
Sorry, Lynette. My bad. My bad. Is it muted? There we go. How's that? So it'd be so much easier to, you know, do that on the internet, but much more difficult to get away with it in real life. And I found that people in real life do a lot of that shit to me. I didn't know it was going in the thing. Sorry. Well, you know, a lot of people can put on. I'm not defending him. I'm just, from my viewpoint, I've seen a lot of people on YouTube do a lot of really messed up shit, and to me, I'm the same person today as I was 6 years ago, and there's no, you know, I might be a little, you know, less humorous, but generally speaking, I'm the same person. I haven't changed. I haven't become somebody that, you know, I don't want to be or whatnot. But I'm a firm believer in giving everybody. I don't judge people. I'm not saying I'm not attacking you, but I'm just saying from my perspective, I don't judge people. I take them for who they are. I let people be who they want to be. I'm a firm believer in live and let live, and don't start no shit with me, and I won't start no shit with you. And you know, anybody can follow or pay attention or be friends with or whatever, whoever they want, as much as they can not follow and not be friends with and not like whoever they want. And there shouldn't be any, you know, oh, well, I'm not going to talk to you because you talk to that person. But there's too much of that goes on, and I don't do that. Well, you know, I know that I know that I'm not a stalker, but I'm being labeled a stalker. So I take that with a grain of salt to, you know, to an extent. You know, you know what you know, you have your experiences, but I don't have those experiences, and I get that people are sharing this information with me, but you gotta understand where I'm coming from. Is that I just met the guy, and he was very respectful to me, you know, and you can delete your comments if you want. I don't think that you need to delete your comments. You know, nobody comes over and watches my shit after you guys leave my analytics. Nobody watches my shit, so you ain't got to worry about that. You know, but you can do whatever you want to do. It's your comment. It's not mine. But let me read it before you do. So, but let me read them before you do. Let me see here. I'm sorry. He can put on a good mask. Let me go up to the first. Hold on. Let me go up here. Read these here. I'm sorry what neutral ground. My brother's keeper. Try to get along. Okay, I already read those. Okay. Morning, what? Morning, y'all. Good morning. And it's fucking morning, all right. Sun's probably gonna come up. I'm going to put a fucking thing over my eyes so the sun or the daylight don't keep me awake. I'm sorry what you're going through with Snafu. I'm glad you're getting along with Steven, but he's treated a lot of us the same way Snafu treats you. You know, I don't know. I maybe down the road I'll be like, hey, you know what, you're right. And I don't know. I don't see it yet. Not that you're lying or you're wrong or my perception's twisted, but like I said, you know, I had an actual pleasant conversation with him compared to what my normal conversations are with people on YouTube. And so, all right, and he said the woman he had on there earlier is not a woman from the Panelverse. It's a woman taking up for a friend of hers, and he called her names first. I saw it. Well, I'm not saying that he didn't. I seen her, and the behavior was like really wow. What's going on here? Because that didn't seem like normal behavior while your eyes are all darting around and all that and whatever. Maybe I'm making some rash, judgment or nothing, but it just seemed like she was kind of odd. I'm not like saying, oh my God, it's no watcher, but I'm just like, I'll keep my eye out there and see what's up. And he says that guy spends at least 19 hours a day stalking people on the internet and then 12 hours a day talking about them. How's that possible? There's not that many hours in a day. I get it. It's a joke. But yeah, no, I see he's online a lot, but he's retired according to him. And I guess, if that's what he does, that's what he does. I don't want to be online as much as I am. He can put on a good mask, but usually what he's saying about other people is exactly what he's doing. I've watched it now over 3 years. He's only been making videos for 3. He hates when anybody sees through his creepiness and stalker-like behavior. I'm sorry, but you will find out that he's just like Snafu. Okay, well, I'll heed your warning or your advice. I will delete my comments if that's okay. I wanted to email you to talk to you about Snafu because he's been harassing everybody that comes in your chat now. Oh, what do you mean? He's been harassing everyone that comes in my chat. He's probably watching right now, though, Neutral Ground. So, I'm talking about somebody that spends 19 hours a day and 12 hours doing whatever. That's Snafu. And the Panelverse is full of psychopaths and groupthink. Oh, it's demonic hive minds, man. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and it's quite pathetic, and I really don't want to be a part of it. I'm only a part of it because I was minding my own business, walking down the street, thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna go get me some tacos today, and and all of a sudden you hear this fucking white nondescript panel van shows up, and I'm like, what the fuck? And the side door slides open, and 4 guys in zebra costumes with masks on, surrounded me, tackled me, and threw me in a fucking padded van, and now they got me held hostage, and damn it, I touched the button on my shit. And now they get holding me hostage. I can't get away because they know where I'm at. They know where I'm at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, thanks to the Matthew Retod Sims. And I'm going to find out if he has a manslaughter charge on his account or on its account, a manslaughter charge on his record. And if you got a manslaughter charge on your record, Snafu, I'm going to find out about it. You know that I'm going to share that information, and I'm going to share it far and wide, and I'll buy fucking billboards on a goddamn fucking highway. I'll put it on the side of a semi truck and advertise it all over the goddamn country, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. You fucking asshole. I'm the same online as I am offline. I treat people with kindness, but it's hard in this section of YouTube. I subscribed to Rip Curl a while back, and he has it going on. Yeah, I've owned Rip Curl for a long time, and he's a good dude. You know, I don't always agree with his views about my situation, but of course, you know, that's a given. You know, he's not going to agree with me and my views. So, but I got no beef with Rip Curl, of course, obviously, because if I did, he wouldn't be a mod on my channel. And hundreds of you that have been harassed, I don't use my words lightly. I liked him too until his mask falls off. You never ever heard about, you ever heard of about love? You mean love mobbing? Yeah, I used to be a Marfugal guy, and they used to love mob and get people's channels built up, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, I've heard about it, and you know, Snafu Snaps lies, and he claims that he had a channel with 60,000 subs and another one with 30,000 subs, and I'm here to tell you that he's a fucking liar. The most that he had was just a little under 7,000, and that's probably being generous. It was close to 6,700, I think, from going on memory. I got it somewhere in my catalog. I have it screen recorded inadvertently somewhere. I know I do, but it doesn't matter. I got it memorized. And yeah, he claims he had 60,000 on one and 30,000 on another. And I say, subtract a zero on those and he'll be more accurate. And it doesn't make any sense. He tells people that he wasn't friends with me, that he didn't know me, that he's trying to portray to law enforcement that I've tracked him and stalked him and whatnot. And then he uses my going to Tariq's and knocking on Tariq's door as if, you know, it's any of his business. You know, I've helped protect Tariq, my trolls. No, when Snafu says somebody's his troll, that means it's somebody he's stalked or harassed, and they, you know, have fought back or ain't taking his crap, and he says, "It's my troll." No, any trolls, they're fucking victims of his. So Snafu Snaps is a fucking piece of shit. I know him better than most. Well, I thought I did. The last 5 months, 4 months, whatever the hell it's been. What's April, May, June, July, August? Yeah, 5 months. Time flies when you're having fun. So, you know, I know there's people that have said a whole lot worse in arguments with that guy, and I can't understand why the Panelverse doesn't question him about his role and what he's done to me. It's just as if he can do whatever he wants, and I don't know if it's because they're afraid of him or what he'll do to them, or if it's because they're all part of, you know, the InfraGard, you know, FBI program for gang stalking, and they've just taken the community policing from the streets and put it on the internet so you could make, you know, cast a wide net throughout the entire country instead of just in your neighborhood. I don't know. It's a crazy experience, I can tell you that. It's like me sharing that video. Excuse me, sharing this video of that chick talking about narcissists. You know, she should have just named it, "Hey, Snafu, heads up. This is you. That's you," as Paul says. Paulie boy, the fucking arrogant prick coward. Oh my God, I'm sure every chick that walks in his path wants to fuck him. How narcissistic is that for you to think that chicks want to bang you? I don't know. I wouldn't be friends with these fucking people in real life, man. I wouldn't be friends with most of these people in real life, let alone want to communicate with them on a regular basis while on the internet. That's not true. What's not true? I don't know what you're saying. Let's not true or what's not true. I don't know what you said. But Lynette was referring to Snafu Snaps, claiming that he's got 60,000 subs on one channel and 30,000 subs on another channel. Tony knows it's not true. Tony was a supporter of Snafu Snaps up until about 2 months ago. And Snafu Snaps turned on her and sent her some nasty messages on Facebook telling her that she's fucking trash and you got something coming for you, because she not only unfriended him on Facebook, but she blocked him and she stopped sending him $20 to $25 a month, whatever. Sorry, Tony, for telling your business, but it's true. And so Snafu Snaps got mad at it, and he probably thinks that Tony's sending me $20 or $25 a month. And I don't have any desire for anybody on my channel to give me any money. I have my monetization set up, my super chat set up, and my membership shit set up so I can get out of shadow ban mode. And in my little brain, I think, well, if I monetize, and YouTube is going to have an incentive to allow my videos to get out so they could at least make a couple of bucks on advertising. So, but it doesn't matter. I still get shadow banned, and my notifications don't get sent out, and my videos, if I go right through YouTube, it takes 12 hours for a half-hour video to be processed and uploaded to where everybody, not just my subscribers, can see the content. Or if I use StreamYards, it's, who knows, one day it could be 2 hours, or one day it could be 12, or it'll just spin and spin and spin. So it is what it is. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know how someone can have such a big ego as him. I don't know who you mean. Oh, Snaps. Snaps did not had 60,000 subs. He's had 6,000. That's due to Marfoogle pushing him up. And then he thought that he was going to go on his channel and do whatever he wants. And if he gets his shit deleted, he would just get Marfoogle to bump him up again. And Marfoogle said, that's it. That's the last time I'm helping him. I'm not doing it no more. He jacks his channel off and he's on his own. Fuck him. And that's what he did. Marfoogle kept his word. And I got a text message that may still be on here. I might have took him down. But I screen recorded my text messages, and you can see clearly in there that he vowed vengeance against Marfoogle, not once, but twice in my text. One time at the end of January, when he went into the hospital to get his ass shaved off, or his leg shaved off and sewn to the top of his head. Adam Marfoogle didn't contact me and tell me that he wished me luck in my surgery, or gave me any attention at all, and now he's dead to me, or whatever he said. But whatever. He's just a fucking weirdo. When you say you don't know someone kind of thank you for your chat. Well, appreciate you coming in over here, Neutral Ground. I'm not a bad person, and I know that, and I don't. It doesn't mean anything to me if a total stranger online. You know what I mean? Okay, have your opinion of me. You can say what you want. Can't stop that. And that's why you see the similarities in their behaviors. Okay, well, you know people better than I do. It's like Origins of Attainment. I talked to her offline. She seems okay. She might be a little eclectic or unique, but aren't we all? I'm sure people think that I'm a odd character, but that's what's going on the internet. There's a lot of strange people on there. Some of them get away with it. YouTube won't do anything. Well, YouTube is a part of it. YouTube is government owned, if you didn't know it. YouTube is part of ABC Corporation in 2016 when it was bought from the private owner, so to speak. I don't know who owned it in 2016, but I know who bought it. And it was the government owns ABC Corporation. And the reason why they're trying to get TikTok banned and shut down is because it's the only social media platform that is not government controlled and operated. What do you say here? But like Snafu, he called the authorities, and I'm sorry that happened to you. There's no reason he should take words on the internet as a threat. In fact, I've heard him say almost the same thing, and I thought, what a hypocrite. Well, Snafu he's hurt. His little heart's broken that I didn't want anything to do with him anymore. And not only that, but the fact that I would not provide him with my audio recordings from my telephone conversations with Adam from Marfugal TV, so Snafu Snaps could expose him. It's upset him. The last time that not the last time, but one of the last times that I talked to him was when he called me on three-way with Vlad Groots on the other line, trying to suck up to me and, you know, whatever. And I'm like, Vlad, you don't even fucking come to my channel and watch my shit. Why would I want to give you my audio recordings so you can put them on your channel? I said, yeah, that's no, I'm cool. I'm all right. And then my phone rang and it was Dex. And I said, oh shit, I got to take this call. I would have said that with anybody calling, just to get away from the conversation that I was having with them two guys. And then they hung up. I didn't hear back from him again until he was calling me a sellout and a traitor. How much did Marfugal pay me? And whatnot. And I'm like, dickhead, there's nothing in these fucking audio calls that would benefit you in your mission to expose Marfugal. I'm not hiding anything. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't steal. I get fucking guilty conscience if I tell a little white lie. I'll go back and say, no, I lied, you know, and I'm not a liar. What's the point in it? It's so much easier to remember the truth, and I don't have to think about it. It is what it is. So, well, when you're dealing with an individual like Snafu Snaps who has deep-seated family or abandonment issues because his mommy and daddy, his biological mommy and daddy, however it went, his mom ditched him, abandoned his ass, and he was adopted by I think it was, I'm not even going to say about that, but I know he's got a daughter, and at the time I was like, you need to focus on your daughter. You need to make sure that the cycle doesn't, you know, repeat itself. Put an end to it. Get a job. Find you a little house to live in, because the mother of his kid is dead. From what he tells me, it could be a lie, knowing from him, but he told me that he had supervised visits with his daughter, but he wouldn't elaborate on why. And I can only figure it's because he's done something he shouldn't have done. He's stalked and harassed Adam. You know, it could be all in appearance, but from what I'm told, he's done it to Adam and Dex for a long time. He did it to Shauna. Oh my God, he's done it to fucking everybody. For some reason, he's just obsessed with negative attention. So All right, I'm ready for bed. I'm ready to fall asleep. I'm going to probably sleep till noon this day. This day, I'm going to sleep till noon. And I got to be to work at 4 o'clock at my second job that I don't have. But that's all right. The warehouse needs me. The distribution warehouse needs me. They can't run it without me. And it probably only get busier during the holidays. A distribution warehouse. Fuck. That's what you get for being in the trucking business. But I need to get ahead, because when you get 2 steps ahead, some cocksucker like Snafu Snaps comes and brings you 4 steps backwards. You know, $6,000 later, $5,000 for an attorney and close to $1,000 for a fucking GPS tether, and it's only just begun, probably. Not if I have my way about it. You won't be doing no dumb shit. Ugh. Fuck, I am tired. Well, you fell asleep somewhere in the middle? Well, gee, thanks. While I'm up here sweating my ass off, bringing the entertainment value to all of my viewers, you're over here snoring and sawing logs, Tony. What the fuck? Appreciate you, man. Oh, I about fell asleep myself. I'm over here like fucking. I had to change position, and matter of fact, I'm hoping that I get this place that I've been looking at so I can get out of this RV. It's a old house, 1904 Craftsman. It's fucking cool ass house, man. Right down the street from a river and a park. And oh, you mean my soothing, calm voice when I am not all riled up and acting like a raging lunatic, trying to pretend that I'm Bad Apple Media, bringing my outrage to life. Poke myself in my eye with my glasses. But yeah, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I'm going to sleep good tonight. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, you want to fall asleep with a soothing voice? Go listen to the dude I shared with you guys the other day. Would you like me to start yelling in this stream? What was that guy's channel name? The mechanical what? What was it? What's his name? Fuck, he's got a tricky name. Not easy to remember. Melancholic. What was it? What the hell was it? Melancholic? Mechanic? No, I gotta know. Now I gotta know. All right. I'm hungry now. Damn. I ate earlier at like 10 o'clock and I've been up. Now it's what, 5 and 1. My stomach's growling. It's time to eat breakfast. Stop sharing that fucking dickhead Paulie crap. All right, where's that? I've seen this KJV around before. All right, here it is. History. What's his name? What's my motherfucking name? Oh yeah, there we go. That's what I was gonna think. The functional melancholic. Why did you choose that name, bro? Come on. The functional melancholic. I'm tired. The functional melancholic. There we go. The functional melancholic. Listen to this guy's voice and you'll fall asleep. This guy here. This guy will put you to fucking sleep. Not because he's boring, but he's got that voice. This guy.
I think pessimism, true pessimism, not the sulking and whining type. It might be the last honest medicine that we've got.
No, I haven't talked to him.
And not as a mood disorder, but as a lens. So the darkness you're told to avoid might not really be darkness at all. It might be only part of the room
Lynette, I don't
that
think that
isn't
many
painted
people
over in neon. And I think sometimes
care to talk to me.
There's a
for one
light
reason or the other
to be found in the darkness.
I'm not part of
If
the
you're brave enough to
program
go in there and look for it.
Whatnot, but I don't know. I don't
If
know
Russ
exactly.
Cole in that car felt like a punchline, the philosophy
Let
behind what
me
he's
hate
saying,
me,
it's
as
dead serious.
says.
And it comes from a long,
You hate me.
bleakly luminous
prefer to hate you.
tradition. Schopenhauer, Mainlander, Jorin, and more recently, Mara.
Oh, the sinkhole. Yeah, right.
But let's stay with Rust a little bit longer because
I doubt if he was walking down the street.
I think the more
mute this dude,
you try to understand him, the more you start to
complaining a lot about
understand
muting
why
people.
pessimism isn't just darkness for darkness' sake.
But no, if you listen to him when you're laying in bed, that'll make you fall asleep. It'll make me fall asleep. I already know it. It reminds me, he's got the Rod Serling voice. He does. He's got the imagine if you will. Imagine if you will. Well, I know I'm just busting your chops, Lynette. God. But yeah. Oh, fuck. I'm going to bed. All right. Peace. See you. I don't know if I'll be going live tomorrow. I probably doubt it. I probably doubt it. I probably won't. I doubt it. So, bye, Snafu. Take it easy, piece of shit. I know. You know, when you Bangkok, you'll make a sinkhole when you Bangkok. There's a joke somewhere in there. I'm punch drunk. I'm sleep drunk. So no, I think he's fine. I highly doubt if that sinkhole was in his apartment building. I highly doubt if he was walking down the street at the same time. I doubt it. Go on his channel. If he's produced some content between now and that sinkhole, then you know he's fine. But I don't have time to watch everybody's shit. I really don't. Nor the patience to watch everybody's shit. But, all right. I'm out of drink. I got to go urinate and climb under the covers. And drool. Sleep till I drool. I don't think I'll do that. But anyways. Thanks for swinging by, everybody. She deleted her comments. Neutral ground. I know she did. Oh, yeah, she did. She's probably going to go up there and delete them all. Okay, it's cool. They're your comments. Delete away. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Peace out. Do it too. What's ever his name? Steve Woolry. No, Chuck Steve Woolry. Holy fuck. Chuck Woolry. I'll be back in 2 and 2. So, adios, muchachos. Adios, muchachos.